Hidden beneath the layers of forgotten eras are spaces where human thought first encountered its own shadow. There, in the depths of stone corridors and vaults, hints of lost knowledge, traces of rituals, and abruptly broken traditions remain. Every gallery, niche, and hall conveys a sense of alien order, as if the builders were striving to convey something ineffable. Now we attempt to interpret these fragments of silence. Underground Galleries of Morion. The underground galleries of Moriana have become one of those mysteries of the ancient world, whose shadow lingers through the centuries without losing its impact. They lie beneath a ridge devoid of traces of large settlements, which in itself perplexes researchers. Why construct a multi-level network of corridors in a place where, by all indications, no one had lived permanently? The first reports of them appeared in the early 18th century, when local shepherds accidentally discovered a sinkhole leading to a stone shaft. A descent revealed that this was not a natural void, but part of a well-thought-out architectural system, including intersections, long galleries, and vaults carved with frightening precision. What immediately strikes researchers is the unusual geometry of the corridors. They follow neither the natural lines of the rock nor the usual principles of ancient construction. In places, they run parallel to one another, as if reflected in the stone. In other areas, they suddenly diverge at unnatural angles, creating the impression that the craftsman followed patterns incomprehensible to modern eyes. Even the tool marks on the walls show a uniform frequency of impacts, as if the stone was being worked not by humans, but by machines operating according to a predetermined rhythm. At some bends, oscilloscopes recorded barely perceptible vibrations, as if the deep structure of the rock still responds to the ancient intervention. The most enigmatic element of the complex remains the relief lines running along the central galleries. They appear to be intentionally left furrows, leading the eye into the darkness of the passages. Some archaeologists believe this may have been an ancient navigation system related to monitoring groundwater or rock subsidence. However, geophysicists have not detected any significant water flows here, and the stone remains stable even after strong earthquakes. Other researchers believe the furrows may have served as part of ritual practices. Processions moved deeper into the galleries, using the lines as guides. However, this theory also remains speculative, as no symbols or images confirming any cultic significance have been found. It is hypothesized that the galleries may have served as storage for knowledge or objects requiring special protection. Rectangular recesses, seemingly designed for storing heavy slabs or containers, were discovered in some chambers. Their dimensions are standard, indicating the use of standardized elements. No traces of metal or organic matter were found. Everything had been removed or disappeared long before the first explorers arrived. But the very shape of these recesses creates an unsettling sense of deliberate devastation, as if someone carefully removed everything, leaving not a single fragment of excess. The complex's acoustic properties are particularly noteworthy. In some areas, even the faintest utterance is enough to transform into a prolonged hum, extending to an unknown depth. These zones appear to be part of a deliberate architectural design. Their vaults are curved, as if the builders were trying to capture and contain the sound. Instruments show that the echo frequency in these areas is constant, regardless of the volume or timbre of the voice. This pattern has led to the idea that the galleries may have served as an ancient instrument for transmitting information or as a test of certain vibrational properties. But no one has yet been able to explain how exactly this could have worked. No less astonishing is the lack of evidence of habitation. No bones, no pottery shards, no traces of fire, nothing to indicate human presence. Even traces of dust, typical of caves, are almost absent here, as if the space itself does not allow for the natural accumulation of time. Geologists note the unusual cleanliness of the surfaces, as if the air within the complex moves according to its own laws, carrying away microscopic particles before they have a chance to settle. This has led to theories about hidden ventilation shafts, but none have ever been discovered. At the deepest point of the complex lies a chamber tentatively dubbed Chamber Zero. It is a perfectly rounded space with smooth walls that reflect light like frosted glass. No entrances or exits are visible, save for a single tunnel through which researchers enter. The chamber appears to be a complete form, the center of some design. Some believe it to be a kind of finale to a ritualistic path. Others believe it was a center for calculations or measurements. But the strangest sensation remains the one experienced by everyone without exception, as if the space were staring back, analyzing presence, assessing, but not reacting to anything. Thus, the Mavrian galleries remain silent. We can measure them, compare data, and hypothesize, but their creators remain unknown, and their true purpose hidden. And the deeper we try to penetrate these stone shadows, the more we realize that we are encountering not only an engineered structure, but also an alien logic, one that defies modern understanding. Stone ledges of Harappa. The stone terraces of Harappa have long puzzled those who have studied the earliest traces of the Middle Valley civilizations. This section of the mountain range bears traces of work that cannot be explained by either known technologies or the needs of a typical settlement. On the surface, the terraces appear as a series of carefully carved terraces, each spaced at an equal distance from the previous one, as if some invisible formula determined the intervals. The smoothness of their surfaces is striking. The stone appears polished to a pristine smoothness, despite the region's harsh climate, prone to weathering. Archaeologists note that the terraces are located at an altitude inaccessible to conventional agricultural activities. It is difficult to grow crops, create pastures, or build permanent dwellings there. Furthermore, climbing them is unsafe. The slopes are extremely steep, and in some places they have become almost vertical. This led researchers to believe that the terraces were not intended for agricultural use. Their shape resembles a giant amphitheater, with each terrace being part of a more complex system, possibly associated with observation posts or ritual processions. The material itself is no less strange. The stone of the ledges differs from the surrounding rock. It is denser and its structure is more uniform. Geologists speculate that it was brought in from outside, which seems unlikely given the scale of the work. Some ledges reach tens of meters in width and stretch along the slope for vast distances. Transporting such blocks, even with modern methods, is extremely difficult. This raises the question, how could the ancient craftsmen, if they were truly human, have moved such massive masses with such exquisite precision? Among the most intriguing features of the terraces are small depressions located on the inner edges. They are cut at uniform heights and repeated at regular intervals. Their purpose remains unclear. Initially, it was assumed that they could have served as anchors for structures or platforms, but no traces of wooden or metal elements were found. The depressions are too precise to be random erosional processes. Sound studies have shown that striking the wall near such a depression produces a pure tone, which maintains the same frequency across the different terraces. This has led to the hypothesis of a hidden acoustic system built on the principle of resonant chambers. Local legends say the ledges were a place for listening to the wind. Elders said that on certain nights the wind passes through the ledges in such a way that it produces a sound reminiscent of a low melody. Modern recordings do indeed record unusual vibrations during sudden temperature changes. However, it remains unclear why the ledges amplify and structure these air vibrations. Perhaps the craftsmen who created them possessed knowledge of natural resonances that is now largely lost. Even more puzzling is the fact that no signs of massive foundations or fortification systems have been found beneath the ledges. While it would seem that the enormous stone platforms should have rested on deep foundations, research shows that the ledges are built into the slope without the usual supports. This creates the impression that the entire structure, is supported by a perfectly calculated weight distribution, as if the builders understood the mountain's internal dynamics. Some believe that those who created the ledges may have utilized natural crevices as part of the structure, transforming geological features into architectural elements. Perhaps the most mystical aspect of the site remains the symbols discovered on several ledges. They are so faint that they were long thought to be cracks. However, modern scanning techniques have revealed symmetrical repeating elements reminiscent of ancient symbols. Their arrangement correlates with the direction of sunrise on certain days of the year. This has led to the hypothesis that the ledges may have been used as a giant calendar or a solar observation point. But if so, it remains unclear why the system was erected in such an inaccessible location and why its scale is disproportionate to human needs. Particularly troubling for researchers is the lack of nearby traces of settlements associated with the creators of the scarps. Such grandiose structures typically require significant resources and population, yet all that's left are rockfalls and barren slopes. Perhaps the builders lived elsewhere and came here only for specific actions, the meaning of which has been lost to us. Or perhaps the structure was created by people who employed methods and purposes unmatched by any known culture. As the sun sets behind the ridge, the cliffs of Harappa become dark steps, dissolving into the night. Their lines are deliberate, but the logic is unclear. Each terrace seems to be trying to retain the echo of forgotten knowledge that we have not yet learned to hear. And the more closely we gaze at these stone levels, the more it seems that we are not looking at the abandoned work of ancient masters, but rather part of a system whose purpose remains hidden to this day. Hall of the Dead Masks of Sumbarra. The Hall of the Dead Masks of Sumbarra has long held a special place in research, not so much because of the sheer scale of the structure, but because of the strange impression it leaves on everyone who crosses its threshold. Unlike other underground complexes in the region, this hall is not hidden deep within the rock. It is located shallowly, and its entrance is a narrow stone arch leading to a circular chamber approximately 20 meters in diameter. However, even the first steps inside reveal that behind its outward simplicity lies a meticulously crafted structure filled with multi-layered symbols and intentions. The hall's main feature is its masks, more than 200 stone faces carved into the walls. Their outlines appear either clear or blurry, depending on the viewing angle and lighting. Many depict silent human features, but others appear slightly distorted. Elongated cheekbones, wide eye sockets, unusually curved lips. Some researchers speculate that these masks may have depicted lower spirits or ancestors, but the lack of any inscriptions or additional attributes complicates interpretation. The walls of the hall have a strange property of reflecting sound with slight distortion. Any word spoken here returns as a muffled whisper, as if the space were repeating what was said. Not exactly, but through a layer of invisible barrier. Instruments detect a slight frequency shift, but the source of this phenomenon remains unknown. Some believe it is related to the masks, as their arrangement seems not chaotic, but rather subject to an incomprehensible acoustic logic. There are theories that the masks could have served as a kind of resonator, amplifying certain vibrations. But all this remains mere speculation. The most enigmatic part of the complex is the central platform. It is a circular slab with a perfectly smooth surface set into the floor. It bears no drawings or indentations. Only at certain angles can a subtle halo be discerned, as if the slab had once been surrounded by light or warmth. Researchers have speculated that it may have served as an altar, a gathering place, or a site for rituals associated with the transition between worlds. This theory is supported by the slab's unusual material. Analysis has shown that it differs in composition from the rest of the stone in the hall, and its origin remains a mystery. Legends preserved among the inhabitants of the surrounding villages claim that the hall was created to memory those who no longer speak. This expression did not refer to deceased people, but to beings that existed between breath and shadow. According to the legends, these beings could take human form but were completely incapable of speech. The masks on the walls supposedly depict their faces, captured at the moment they lost contact with the outside world. However, there are many such legends, and they all contradict each other, complicating attempts to reconstruct the true meaning. Equally intriguing is the absence of any signs of damage or destruction. Despite the complex's age, the masks are almost perfectly preserved. No cracks or weathering are present. The walls, as if protected by an unknown layer, continue to reflect light as evenly as the day they were created. Some researchers speculate that special stone processing techniques may have been used, perhaps aimed at strengthening the structure of the material. However, there is no concrete evidence yet. Any attempts to analyze the surface are met with a peculiarity. The material seems resistant to micro-scratches, as if it possesses plasticity at the molecular level. However, the most unsettling sensation arises among those conducting long-term research in the hall. Many report a strange sense of presence, as if someone is watching them from the shadows. Faint, barely perceptible vibrations of air sometimes flicker in their peripheral vision, as if the masks on the walls are slightly more alive than they appear. There is no scientific explanation for this phenomenon, but changes in the researchers' biometric indicators have been recorded: increased respiratory rate, increased heart rate, and sensations resembling mild dizziness. Psychologists attribute this to the confined space, but even skeptics admit that the hall has an unusual effect on perception. Perhaps the most intriguing discovery was the discovery of fine cracks beneath the masks, which at first glance appear to be natural lines. But upon closer examination, these cracks revealed a kind of hidden network. It stretches around the entire perimeter of the hall, creating a geometric pattern reminiscent of a flow chart. Perhaps this was a system for distributing sound or energy. But the more researchers try to understand its purpose, the more it becomes clear that the hall was not simply a ritual site, but part of a larger system. Today, the Hall of Dead Masks remains a mystery, evoking both fear and fascination. Its silence seems to hold thousands of unspoken words, reflections of alien memories belonging to no known people. And each time a researcher enters its circular shadow, it seems they become part of an invisible surveillance that has endured for as long as the hall has existed. Rock Gate of Eritrea. The Rock Gates of Eritrea have long been considered one of the most enigmatic structures of the ancient mountainous East. They consist of two gigantic vertical stone slabs carved into an arch, but devoid of any traces of doors or mechanisms. Standing before them, one feels a strange sense of disproportion. The gates are too large for conventional architectural purposes, their proportions suggesting that their creators sought not so much to mark the entrance as to emphasize the significance of the space beyond. But what exactly lies beyond remains unclear, as the passage beyond the gates leads only to a narrow gorge, beyond which a chain of deserted ledges is visible. The material of the gates raises no less questions. The stone is unusually dense, almost black, with a barely noticeable metallic sheen. Geologists have discovered impurities in it uncharacteristic for the region, traces of rare minerals found only in the deep layers of the Earth's crust. This raises the question, were these blocks raised to the surface, or was the stone transported from another site? The mass of each panel is so great that moving them would have been a task beyond the capabilities of conventional ancient technology. Even more astonishing is the fact that the edges of the gates are polished to such a degree, as if they were crafted with tools capable of producing perfect lines down to the micron level. What particularly strikes researchers is the absence of any signs, symbols, or ornamentation on the surface. In most ancient cultures, gates were given sacred significance and were decorated with images of gods, references to eras, or ordered patterns. Here, however, there is only perfect smoothness concealing the silent weight of the stone. This sterility gives rise to many theories. Some believe the gates were intended not for people, but for observing natural processes or cosmic cycles. Others suggest that the lack of symbols is a deliberate attempt to avoid the intrusion of time or sacred interpretations. The most intriguing discovery concerns the arch's acoustic properties. On rare days, when the wind blows through the gorge in a particular way, the gate emits a low, drawn-out sound, reminiscent of the vibration of a metal plate. This hum is short-lived, but the recorded frequencies match vibrations observed in several underground structures in Eritrea, suggesting a connection. Acousticians believe the gate may be part of an ancient system designed to record or even amplify natural vibrations of the Earth's crust. However, there is currently no practical way to test this hypothesis. The phenomenon rarely recurs, and the conditions under which it occurs are too unstable. Beyond the gate lies a narrow gorge, the walls of which are crisscrossed with vertical lines. At first glance, they resemble natural cracks, but upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that the lines are parallel and evenly distributed. Each is of the same depth, and the distance between them is strictly maintained. Some researchers believe these lines may have served as landmarks or part of a measuring system. Another theory holds that they created a specific play of light on the days of the solar equinoxes, turning the gorge into a kind of giant measuring instrument. But the most mysterious part of the complex lies not behind the gate, but in front of it. Directly in front of the arch is a stone platform, slightly curved downward in the center. It resembles a mirror-smooth bowl, but is composed of the same strange stone as the gate itself. At first glance, the platform appears solid, without seams or cracks. However, thermal imaging studies have revealed hidden channels or voids beneath its surface, arranged symmetrically. This is difficult to believe, as access to the channel is inaccessible, and any attempts to drill into the surface prove futile. The stone is unusually hard and seems to self-heal at a microscopic level. One of the most intriguing legends suggests that the gates could once open, not physically, but energetically. According to legend, they were a boundary between worlds, not literal portals, but points where the subtlety of reality became perceptible. People who visited here in ancient times claimed to feel a slight pressure in their chest and neck, as if the air around them was becoming denser. Today, such descriptions are associated with slight variations in the magnetic field recorded by instruments. The changes are minimal, but stable enough to evoke subjective sensations in those who remain near the arch for long periods. Another phenomenon is related to light. At dawn, when the first rays of sunlight glide along the peaks, the gates glow with a faint reflection, as if their surface captures and amplifies the light. This reflection is not bright, but it is noticeable even from a great distance. Moreover, it lasts longer than expected. The arch retains light for several seconds after the direct illumination fades. Scientists speculate that this is due to the unique structure of the stone, which allows it to retain energy, but precise studies have so far only muddied the waters. However, the most astonishing discovery occurred when one of the researchers noticed that over the course of a year, the gate seemed to shift the shadow it cast on the platform along an incomprehensible trajectory. This was unrelated to the seasonal movements of the sun or the terrain. Measurements showed that on certain dates, the gate's shadow diminished to a minimum, as if the arch itself were responding to an unknown external stimulus. This pattern repeats itself with alarming precision, suggesting the existence of an ancient calendar cycle unknown to modern astronomers. The rock gates of Eritrea remain silent, unyielding, and majestic objects. Their mystery lies not only in their architectural form, but also in the sense that this structure was not created for human presence. It served another purpose, perhaps observation, recording, or even interaction with natural forces that we now barely understand. And every time a researcher stands before this gigantic arch, there is a nagging feeling that the gates are waiting for something, a specific moment that has not yet arrived. Lost niches of Kangra. The lost niches of Kangra are hidden in the northern slopes, where the rock masses rise so steeply that in places they appear as gigantic stone canvases. The first impression is that of a giant stone book, its pages covered with rectangular and oval cutouts. These niches are located at varying heights, sometimes in places inaccessible without specialized equipment. But judging by the depth of the ancient traces, their creators possessed more than just rock climbing skills, but a specific climbing system that left no trace on the surface. Each niche is perfectly sized, the depth is maintained to the millimeter, the walls are smooth, and the stone surface inside is smoother than the outside. Even in bright light, researchers find no tool marks, as if the stone had not been carved but softened and shaped, forcing it into the desired form. Geologists studying the rock structure discovered that the inner surface of the niches has a slightly altered crystalline structure. It appears as if the stone had been subjected to heat or vibration. However, modern methods do not provide a definitive answer as to how exactly this could have been accomplished. The niches themselves are arranged in a remarkably precise order. They form rows, sometimes intersecting at unusual angles. Some rows follow the horizon, others correspond to the winter or summer solstice. Particularly noteworthy were the triangular groups of niches oriented toward specific star clusters. Astronomers were amazed by the precision. The deviation is less than 1 degree. It seems as if the creators of the niches used the mountain range as a giant navigational map, but for what purpose remains a mystery. A close examination of several niches revealed the remains of thin layers of sediment containing unusual inclusions. They contain no traces of organic matter, but microscopic particles of minerals not found in local rocks. This suggests that the niches may have served as storage areas for certain substances, possibly powders, crystals, or ritual objects. But why were they placed so high and in such quantity? And what became of what once occupied them? Some researchers have suggested that the niches may have been part of an ancient signaling system. Their shape allows for the attachment of small light devices, and their placement allows for the transmission of visual signals over long distances. However, archaeological finds do not support this hypothesis. No traces of fire, soot, or charred fragments were found inside the niches. Moreover, the interior surface is so smooth that even brief exposure to an open flame would have left noticeable damage. There's a legend among the local population that the niches were nests of light. Ancient tales mention strange objects placed in them during nighttime rituals. These objects allegedly emitted a soft glow visible from great distances. Elders claim this wasn't ordinary light, but a distant fire that allowed one to see what lay hidden in the mountains. Perhaps these were rare minerals with luminescent properties, but no material traces of such objects have been found. The most intriguing phenomenon occurs at night. When the moon is at a certain angle, the shadows from the niches overlap, forming intricate patterns on the opposite walls of the gorge. These patterns resemble ancient maps, current charts, or astronomical diagrams. However, a definitive interpretation has not yet been achieved. It is believed that the shadows may have served as part of ritual practices, perhaps to track the seasons or special natural phenomena. However, the lack of a single center that would link all the niches into a coherent system complicates understanding their true function. Seismologists have discovered a network of natural cracks beneath the massif where the niches are located. Instruments record weak but consistent vibrations that fluctuate depending on weather conditions. Some scientists speculate that the niches may have served as resonators, amplifying the vibrations, or as indicators of underground activity. But if so, this raises the question, how could ancient craftsmen have recognized and utilized such knowledge? Tiny holes less than a centimeter in diameter were found in several niches. They are arranged strictly horizontally and extend deep into the rock. Studies have shown that dust residue of unknown origin is present within the holes. The idea that the holes may have served as part of a measuring system seems plausible, but it doesn't explain their unusual placement or connection to the other niches. The most bizarre discovery was the discovery of traces of an ancient luminous film in narrow cracks near the niches. When illuminated, it emits a faint bluish glow, although the chemical composition of this film has not yet been determined. It appears to have once covered the walls or the niches themselves, transforming the mountain range into a kind of enormous glowing screen. If so, the complex may have been used to display symbols or signs visible to the entire canyon. Today, the lost niches of Kangra remain one of the most enigmatic structures in the region. Their precision, calculation, and unearthly harmony are astonishing, and the lack of clear signs of purpose makes their study even more difficult. It seems that their creators wanted to leave behind a language not intended for the people of the future. And the more we study these niches, the stronger the feeling that they were part of a system of which we know only a tiny fragment. Tobiscus circular slabs. The Tobiscus circular slabs have long been considered one of the most unusual archaeological phenomena of the Eastern Plateau. At first glance, they appear to be nothing more than a series of stone circles laid out on an open plain. But upon closer inspection, it becomes clear. Each circle is composed of perfectly fitted slabs, arranged in such a way that even a thin needle cannot be inserted between them. The scale of the structure is astonishing. The circles stretch for several kilometers, forming a network whose logic and purpose remain a mystery. Each slab has a slightly convex shape and a unique texture, as if the stone had been repeatedly worked. On the surface, mineral veins form subtle patterns resembling concentric waves radiating from the center. Geologists believe this is either the result of unusual natural processes or technological interventions that cannot be reproduced by modern methods. Analysis of the stone structure reveals a uniform density, absent in the region's natural rocks. This suggests that the material was either imported or artificially processed to a monolithic smoothness. The most intriguing fact remains the phenomenon of the absolute horizontality of the slabs. Regardless of the area where the circle is located, the surface is always perfectly level. Even laser levels record deviations of no more than tenths of a millimeter. Such precision might be understandable in a small structure, but not in a network covering such a vast area. This suggests that the creators intended to create a surface subject to strict parameters. But why remains unknown. The arrangement of the circles is no less astonishing. They form a structure resembling a network of intersecting nodes. Several circles seem to be connected by invisible lines, which upon close examination coincide with the direction of magnetic anomalies. Magnetometers show that zones of non-uniform magnetic fields exist beneath the slabs, forming a complex map whose nature remains controversial. Perhaps the slabs were installed at precisely defined points to interact with these anomalies. But if so, then the ancient craftsmen possessed knowledge of magnetic flows unavailable to most cultures of their time. At the center of each circle is a slab of a different color. Slightly recessed into the ground, its surface has a strange property of reflecting light differently than ordinary stone. When struck by sunlight, it seems to come alive with a soft, almost imperceptible inner glow. Scientists have long attempted to explain this effect by the interaction of light with minerals, but there is no consensus. Some believe it is due to the slab's unique structure, while others believe that an additional object was once placed in the center, enhancing the effect. The connection between the slabs and sound remains no less mysterious. When exposed to low-frequency waves, one of the slabs begins to emit a barely audible, vibrating response. This effect was discovered by chance during nearby geodetic measurements. It turned out that each slab reacts differently, creating a unique acoustic pattern. Some researchers speculate that the circles may have served as ancient instruments for recording ground vibrations or even predicting earthquakes. This theory is supported by the fact that several intersecting rock layers with resonant characteristics lie beneath the plain. There's a legend among local people that the circles were the site of a talking stone. On certain nights, when the moon was high, residents would hear a low sound rolling across the plain from one circle to the next. They believed it was the voice of the earth or their ancestors, warning of future events. Recording devices do indeed detect rare vibrations propagating in circular waves, but their origin remains controversial. They may be natural phenomena, but their precise synchronicity is questionable. Another phenomenon is related to the temperature of the slabs. Even in the hottest conditions, their surface remains cool, and in winter, it's surprisingly warm. This temperature stabilization cannot be explained by the normal properties of stone. Some scientists believe the slabs are based on a special mineral capable of accumulating and slowly releasing heat. However, analysis shows no such properties. More radical researchers suggest that the circles served as energy nodes, capable of redistributing the Earth's natural heat. However, there is no evidence yet for this hypothesis. The absence of evidence of construction near the circles plays a significant role in interpreting the complex. No campsites, workshops, or temporary encampments typically associated with large-scale structures were discovered. This raises the question: were the circles built by those living nearby, or was the complex created within the framework of a different tradition, unrelated to the region's traditional cultural structures? Perhaps a group possessing knowledge significantly ahead of its time worked here, or was the complex constructed over many generations, each time following a single, consistent design? The most disturbing discovery was made when the researchers attempted to separate one of the slabs from its base. As soon as the work began, the instruments recorded a sharp change in magnetic properties, and a faint glow appeared in the center of the circle, which soon disappeared. The experiment was stopped to avoid damaging the structure. But this episode once again raised the question: are the slabs part of a static system, or are they still functioning, reacting to intervention? Today, the Tobiscus circular slabs remain an enigma, combining engineering precision, geometric beauty, and sheer functionality whose meaning eludes modern understanding. The complex seems to invite researchers into dialogue, but responds only with echoes of its own mysteries. And the longer we gaze at these perfect circles, the more we sense that they are part of a system designed to function on a scale beyond human capabilities. Corridors under the Agrana Hill. The corridors beneath Agrana Hill represent one of the most intricate and inexplicable underground systems in the region. From the outside, the hill appears completely ordinary. Gentle slopes covered with shrubs, a few natural overhangs, nothing to suggest the complex architecture hidden beneath. But beneath the surface lies a network of passages whose geometry is too precise to be random. Discovered in the late 19th century by miners who stumbled upon a void beneath the surface soil, the corridors quickly became the subject of intense study, but answers have never been found. The entrance to the system is a narrow stone archway leading down a staircase carved into monolithic rock. The first steps immediately create the feeling that the space was not designed for human height. The ceilings are excessively low in some areas and oddly high in others, and the width of the passageways changes throughout the entire journey. It seems as if the architecture adapts to an unpredictable logic that accounts for different principles of movement and orientation. Despite the complexity of the structure, the walls and ceilings appear as if they were carved with a single tool, leaving identical microscopic streaks. The most striking thing about these corridors is the lack of a clear direction. They intertwine, forming a network in which it is impossible to find a central point. Researchers get the feeling that the system was created not for moving from one point to another, but for the process of walking itself, as if the important thing was not the destination, but the path. Some anthropologists even suggest that it may have been a ritual labyrinth, designed to test an individual or group of people by passing through a specific sequence of spatial disturbances. However, this hypothesis is complicated by the fact that the corridors are too numerous and varied, and in some places the passages become so narrow that one can only pass through them sideways. The way the builders navigated the mound is also intriguing. Not a single section shows any traces of natural cracks or gaps that could have served as guides during carving. This is despite the fact that the corridors avoid intersections so precisely, as if the builders had intimate knowledge of the mound's internal structure. Geologists have hypothesized that the builders may have used vibration techniques to sense the density of the rock. However, there is no evidence to support this theory. In some sections of the corridors, the walls feature barely noticeable indentations positioned at chest level. These indentations are repeated at regular intervals and have the same shape, an elongated oval with perfectly smooth edges. At first glance, they serve no functional purpose, but when researchers began measuring the acoustic properties of the areas, they discovered that these ovals amplify reflected sound, creating a subtle echo. This led to the idea that the corridors may have been used as a sound transmission or modulation system. But who would need such a network, and for what purpose? Another surprising observation concerns light. Despite the complete absence of natural light, some sections of the corridors appear slightly brighter than others. This isn't an optical illusion. Instruments detect a slight difference in the wall's reflectivity. The stone in these areas appears slightly more matte and seems to retain diffused light better than the rest of the surface. Scientists have hypothesized that it contains crystalline inclusions with luminescent properties. However, analysis has so far yielded inconclusive results. The material behaves strangely, as if reacting to the observer's presence. The most frightening element of the system remains the deep shafts found in several corridors. They descend vertically to an unknown depth. Even illuminated by powerful lamps, the bottom is invisible. Instruments register a weak current of air rising from the depths, although no signs of underground water flows or hot rock layers have been discovered. Some believe the shafts may have served as ventilation ducts. Others believe they were elements of ritual architecture, symbolizing a transition to other realms. But their bottomlessness evokes the feeling that the shafts were created not for humans, but for another form of existence. A particular mystery surrounds the so-called resonance nodes. These are areas where corridors intersect at unusual angles, forming small circular chambers. If you stand precisely in the center of such a chamber and pronounce a word, it returns as a multitude of quiet echoes, creating a polyphonic effect. But if you step to the side, the effect disappears. This surprised the researchers, as the chamber's structure contains no obvious elements that could amplify the sound. This may be due to the peculiarities of the spatial geometry. However, such precision seems unlikely for a random phenomenon. In addition to the resonant nodes, there are so-called blind chambers, completely silent areas where sound is instantly absorbed. Even the loud clapping of hands seems muffled. This is unusual for ordinary stone. It should reflect sound. But here, it seems to disappear into the rock. Scientists speculate that hidden voids exist that could absorb vibrations. However, the scan data does not confirm this. It seems as if the space in these areas itself absorbs the sound, as if this were part of the original design. But perhaps the most disturbing feature of the corridors is their lack of completion. No research team has found a location that could be considered a final destination. All paths either lead back or branch off into areas where further progress becomes impossible due to narrowing passages. Even modern robotic devices have been unable to penetrate beyond a certain point. The signal is lost, and the device returns with incomplete data, as if the space itself were influencing the instruments. Ultimately, the corridors beneath Agrana Hill remain not just an architectural enigma, but an internal labyrinth, seemingly created not to be traversed, but to be explored. It is a space that resists understanding, as if its foundation lies in a design that has nothing in common with the familiar structures of ancient cultures. The more we explore this labyrinth, the clearer it becomes. It was created not for human movement, but for an unknown function, perhaps related to geometry, acoustics, or phenomena about which our knowledge is still too limited. Stone Barn of Toolendar. The Toolendar stone granary initially didn't make much of an impression on researchers. The massive rectangular structure on a high plateau seemed like just another ancient storage facility. But the deeper the research, the more obvious it became. This wasn't a grain or food storage facility, but a structure built using principles that significantly exceeded the known technology of the era. The granary isn't just a room, it's a stone structure concealing a system resembling a complex mechanism with no moving parts. The barn walls reach 2 meters in thickness, and this thickness is maintained perfectly throughout the entire perimeter. The stone used is uniform, as if carved from a single enormous block, although geologists are certain that such a monolith is impossible given the region's natural conditions. The calcareous compounds typical of ancient structures are absent between the stone layers. Instead, there is a thin, barely perceptible layer of mineral, the structure of which resembles an alloy capable of withstanding enormous loads. Its origin remains unknown. The entrance to the barn is an arch inside which the walls become mirror smooth. It appears as if the stone has been molten, but the temperature required to achieve this effect is unachievable without industrial furnaces. The surface is so smooth that light from a torch or lantern is reflected, creating a soft, diffused glow. This remarkable property allows even a weak light source to illuminate the room, and researchers speculate that this effect was part of the original design. The barn's interior is divided into numerous chambers, each with a unique purpose. There are rooms whose walls completely absorb sound. Even footsteps seem silent. In others, on the contrary, the slightest sound is transformed into a long, drawn-out echo. It seems the creators used the barn as a place to observe or measure acoustics, as if sound waves held a special meaning for them. Perhaps they perceived sound as a manifestation of the hidden structure of the world. The most astonishing thing about the barn, however, is its floor. It consists of slabs laid with incredible precision. Each slab slopes slightly toward the center of the room, but the angle is so small that it can only be detected with careful measurements. Nevertheless, this slope creates a strange sensation, as if the room is being pulled inward. Instruments record subtle changes in air pressure in the central zone of the barn, especially during strong winds from the plateau. This has led to the hypothesis that the barn may have served as a kind of acoustic or atmospheric instrument, recording climate changes or even large-scale air movements. A mysterious stone slab sits in the center of the barn. It's circular and slightly recessed into the floor. There are no markings on its surface, but instruments detect weak electromagnetic pulses that repeat at regular intervals. When researchers attempted to remove the slab, they discovered it was completely motionless. It appears to be part of a solid structure embedded in the barn's foundation. Some speculate that a cavity or mechanism may be concealed beneath it, but any attempts to scan the space beneath the slab have yielded conflicting results. There are no signs of human presence inside the barn. There are no pottery, no food remains, no traces of fire. There's no evidence that anyone used this structure for domestic purposes. Even dust collects differently here. Instead of settling on the floor, it's carried away by barely noticeable air currents that form microscopic spirals. These currents are possibly connected to ventilation ducts partially hidden in the walls, but their structure remains unknown. Locals have a legend that the barn was a measurement place. They said the builders listened to the stone and saw fire without light. These phrases remain unclear, but some anthropologists believe they refer to the observation of natural phenomena related to geothermal or atmospheric processes. However, no traces of fire or high temperatures were found inside the barn, making the legends even more puzzling. The most striking discovery was that the barn reacts to changes in the weather. Before a thunderstorm, barely noticeable vibrations appear in the central slab, and the air inside becomes noticeably denser. This phenomenon is not related to static electricity or sudden pressure changes. It seems as if the barn is part of a vast system capable of detecting changes in the atmosphere. Some scientists have even suggested that it was a device for monitoring natural cycles, but such technology would have been incredibly advanced for the supposed era of its construction. Deep in the barn is a small chamber, the walls of which are covered with delicate lines. They form a complex pattern reminiscent of a map or a flowchart. The lines are too fine to be hand-carved. They resemble marks left by heat or light. The pattern inexplicably changes depending on the angle of the light, giving the impression of movement. Thus, the Toolendar stone barn remains an enigma, a structure that combines engineering, acoustic mastery, and a strange natural sensitivity. Its creators, it seems, sought to capture the world's interaction with itself, but for what purpose and how, we are only just beginning to guess. Cave Temple of Lurma. The Cave Temple of Lurma is located deep within a limestone massif where the soft rock has concealed traces of an ancient civilization from human eyes for centuries. Unlike many underground structures, the Temple of Lurma was not carved roughly or gradually. Its forms appear to have emerged all at once, as if the space had been scorched or pushed outward with incredible force. The walls are so smooth they resemble the surface of glass. This property has long baffled researchers. Limestone is a soft material, but here it seems fused to the density of quartz. The temple consists of a central hall and several side chambers, each with its own geometry. In the central hall, the ceiling rises to a height of approximately 8 meters, forming an irregularly shaped dome. Its surface is covered with barely discernible depressions arranged in a spiral. This spiral terminates at the very top of the dome, where a tiny circular channel leads to an unknown depth. Attempts to scan the channel have been unsuccessful. Instruments detect unnatural distortions, as if the space within the channel is changing shape or density. This channel is believed to have played a central role in the rituals performed in the temple. Some legends speak of a light descending from the heavens that would enter the hall on certain nights, creating a strange shimmer in the air. Scientists have attempted to trace this phenomenon, but have been unable to detect any direct light sources capable of penetrating to such depths. Furthermore, even with modern lasers, the beams inside the dome behave strangely. They bend, reflect at unexpected angles, or disappear into dark areas of the ceiling. The temple's side chambers are narrow but perfectly straight corridors. Each chamber ends in a niche, which, according to researchers, once held statues or ritual objects. However, no signs of destruction or excavation were found. The niches appear as if the objects were not removed, but vanished without a trace. This creates the impression that the objects stored here were immaterial or possessed properties that left no trace. The temple's floor is composed of slabs, each with a subtle relief. This relief forms a series of waves, creating a sense of movement as one walks across the floor. Scientists note that these waves can cause specific sensations in those inside the temple. Some researchers have reported mild dizziness, while others have reported a feeling of expanding space, as if the hall were becoming wider. This may be due to subtle vibrations in the air, amplified by the dome's configuration. The temple's most enigmatic element is the central platform, a circular slab positioned precisely beneath the spiral ceiling. Instruments detect weak magnetic pulses emanating from the slab's surface. These pulses change depending on the time of day, although there is no scientific explanation for this. Some believe the slab may have served as a point of contact with natural magnetic currents. Others believe it was a ritual architectural element intended to heighten the consciousness of ceremonial participants. Local lore holds that the Temple of Lurma was a place where the stone spoke. People would bring questions here, and when they stood in the center of the hall, they would hear quiet sounds, like breathing. Modern instruments do indeed detect subtle vibrations in the low frequencies. They emanate from the temple walls, but the source of the vibrations remains unknown. It seems the temple responds to human presence, though why and how remains unknown. Traces of ancient drawings attracted particular attention. They were not painted or engraved. Visible only in sidelight, they resemble pressure marks, as if someone had pressed objects of unknown shape against the walls. These drawings form complex compositions featuring repeating spirals, circles, and networks of lines. They do not represent any known writing. Researchers speculate that they could have been a map of energy flows or a visualization of the cosmological beliefs of ancient priests. However, the most inexplicable sensation remains the sense of presence reported by everyone who spends long periods of time in the temple. Even skeptical researchers note that the silence here is not simply the absence of sound, it seems filled with something. There's a sense that the space is observing, assessing, and seemingly awaiting a reaction. Some scientists believe this is the result of a combination of acoustics, temperature, and electromagnetic effects. Others believe the temple is designed to influence the psyche, evoking an altered perception of the world. Today, the cave temple of Lerma remains one of the region's most intriguing mysteries. Its geometry, acoustics, and strange optical properties point to a knowledge far exceeding our understanding of ancient techniques. Perhaps the temple was not a place of worship, but a tool, a mechanism in which ritual was not a goal, but a means of interacting with the world. And the more researchers study Lerma, the clearer it becomes. This place was created not simply for people, but to influence their perception of reality. Ritual slabs of Margad. The Margad ritual slabs have long attracted the attention of researchers due to their unusual arrangement and near-perfect geometry. They are located on an open rock plateau which, judging by rock analysis, has undergone significant geological changes, yet the slabs themselves remain untouched by time. The space in which they lie creates the impression of an ancient ritual courtyard, but no signs of dwellings or secondary structures have been found here. The slabs seem to have arisen spontaneously, harmoniously integrated into the landscape without appearing to be a natural part of it. Their surface is so smooth that it resembles worked ceramics, although the material is a dense sedimentary stone that does not lend itself to easy polishing. The complex consists of 11 large slabs and many smaller ones arranged around a central zone. Each large slab is oriented in an unusual pattern, not strictly according to the cardinal directions, but at angles corresponding to specific celestial events that can only be observed during narrow windows of the year. Researchers compared the slab arrangement with astronomical maps and discovered an intriguing pattern. Each slab points its angle to the point where the solar arc reaches its extreme values, the summer or winter solstices, as well as to dates associated with rare lunar cycles. The coincidence is too precise to be coincidental. The surface of the slabs is covered with extremely fine lines, barely visible to the naked eye. At first glance, they appear to be traces of erosion, but upon closer inspection, the lines form a pattern reminiscent of ancient maps or water flow charts. Most intriguingly, the lines are of uniform depth and width along their entire length, as if they were created by a tool capable of controlling pressure with micron precision. Scientists have attempted to reconstruct the mechanism by which these lines were created, but have so far been unsuccessful. Any modern elements leave traces with a distinct structure. The central slab, significantly larger than the others, deserves special attention. Its surface is slightly concave and its edges are raised, forming a bowl-like shape. However, the function of this shape remains unclear. The slab has no openings or channels that could drain liquids or redirect substances. However, it does have zones that respond to heat. When exposed to gentle heat, even from a palm, the lines on the surface seem to become more distinct. This effect has sparked heated debate. Some researchers have suggested that the slab could have functioned as a visualization device, activated by body heat or fire. But if so, what was the purpose of such a strange display method? One of the most astonishing discoveries concerns the complex's sound properties. If you stand on the edge of any slab and emit a smooth, drawn-out sound, the slabs begin to reflect and amplify it, creating a unique resonance that spreads throughout the plateau. This effect is especially pronounced at night, when the air cools and the density of sound waves changes. Some researchers claim to have heard additional frequencies at such moments, low harmonic sounds that cannot be reproduced by voice. Recordings do indeed record unusual frequency distortions, but their source remains unexplained. There are voids beneath the slabs. Ground-penetrating radar revealed a cavity approximately 1 meter high beneath each large element. However, there is no entrance to these cavities, no passages or cracks. It seems as if the cavities are part of the original structure, yet completely enclosed. Seismic studies have shown that these cavities have varying air densities, as if each were tuned to a specific resonant frequency. This characteristic suggests a musical function for the complex, or perhaps a system for transmitting sound or vibrational information. Local legends say the Margad slabs were a place where one could listen to the breath of the earth. According to legend, those who stood on the slabs on certain nights could hear voices reminiscent of the sound of wind or a faint hum. However, the legends do not explain what exactly these sounds meant. Some believe the slabs were used by priests for divination or to record rare natural phenomena, possibly related to underground waters. However, attempts to discover large water reservoirs beneath the plateau have been unsuccessful. The deep layers of rock are dry and dense. What's also surprising is that the slabs are virtually impervious to wear. Even strong winds and temperature fluctuations leave no visible marks. The material possesses unusual resilience. When attempting to create small scratches, experts observed a strange effect. The stones seem to resist mechanical stress without deforming. This effect may be due to the unique structure of the minerals, but analysis shows that the material's composition is no different from that of ordinary sedimentary stone. The only differences are its extreme density and the absence of micropores. Some researchers have suggested that the slabs are not independent objects, but rather parts of a larger structure, perhaps only partially exposed to the surface. Ground-penetrating radar, GPR, indeed detects a network of lines and voids extending deep into the ground beneath the plateau. These lines form geometric shapes not found in natural forms. Perhaps we are seeing only the upper level of a gigantic underground mechanism in which the slabs served as an interface or control panel accessible to ancient craftsmen. While conducting experiments with heating the slabs, the researchers noticed that the surface temperature quickly evened out. Even if only one area was heated, within a few seconds, the temperature became uniform across the entire slab. This property is only found in materials with high thermal conductivity, but the slabs were made of stone, which, logically, shouldn't have such characteristics. Some speculate that the slab's internal structure is different than it appears, containing hidden elements that distribute heat. The most disturbing phenomenon is the disappearance of sound at certain points. If you stand on the central slab and pronounce a word, it fades away, as if the air has lost its ability to transmit vibrations. Interestingly, instruments record a decrease in the amplitude of sound waves in these areas, uncharacteristic of open space. This behavior of air is only possible in the presence of fields that alter the pressure or structure of the medium. However, the source of these fields has not been identified. The Margad ritual slabs remain one of the region's most complex mysteries. They combine precision, functionality, and inexplicable properties that cannot be reconciled with the technologies of ancient eras. It seems that the slabs are part of a larger mechanism designed to interact with nature, sound, light, and, perhaps, human consciousness. Their creators likely sought not simply to observe the world, but to interact with its deep structures, leaving behind a space where ancient ritual becomes a tool of cognition. Underground passages of Gujar. For a long time, the underground passages of Gujar remained merely a part of local folklore. They were described as gigantic corridors stretching beneath the mountains, but no traveler could pinpoint their exact location. Only in the mid-20th century did a research team exploring the region's karst sinkholes discover an entrance which turned out to be not a natural cave, but the beginning of a vast underground system. From the very first steps, it was clear this was an artificial structure whose creators possessed not only a precise knowledge of the rock, but also a grasp of geometry on a level clearly surpassing its historical context. The entrance is a sloping tunnel leading straight down to a depth of almost 20 meters. The tunnel walls are so smoothly polished that they reflect the lamplight with a faint matte sheen. This reflective effect is striking. Local rock is usually grainy and rough, but here it resembles fired basalt, fused to a uniform structure. Analysis revealed that the stone had been exposed to extremely high temperatures and only then smoothed, although no traces of fire or heating were found in the surrounding area. At the bottom of the inclined passage, a network of corridors begins, forming a complex system whose design resembles a giant diagram. But, unlike labyrinths, there are almost no dead ends in Gujar. The corridors connect at sharp angles, repeat, form loops and intersections, as if mapping the movement of unknown currents. Some researchers have suggested that the system could have recorded underground vibrations, served as a tool for observing Earth cycles, or even been used for ancient sound practices. The passage's main feature is their acoustics. In some areas, sound travels incredibly far. Even a quiet whisper is enough to echo for several hundred meters. In others, on the contrary, the sound fades instantly, as if the walls absorb vibrations, transforming the space into a silent zone. Instruments have recorded sharp transitions between these areas, which cannot be explained by natural causes. It seems as if the corridors were deliberately tuned to specific frequencies, creating a sound map that their creators could use to navigate. Even stranger, the corridors are layered. Some are located at a depth of several meters, others significantly lower, yet they form a single complex. Ground-penetrating radar shows that these levels are connected by vertical shafts, many of which are so narrow that a human cannot pass through them. However, barely noticeable vertical grooves run along the shaft walls, as if designed to move objects or air currents. Some scientists have suggested that signals, perhaps vibrational or thermal, may have been transmitted through the shafts. But the most mysterious part of the complex are the so-called return sound points. These are small circular chambers, about 2 meters in diameter, with perfectly spherical walls. If you stand precisely in the center of one of these chambers and shout a sound, it returns delayed and distorted, as if space were processing it and producing a modified result. The higher the frequency of the original sound, the more complex the reflected form becomes. Some experts have even suggested that the chambers may have served as an ancient form of analysis or information transmission. The corridors of Gujar are also striking in their cleanliness. Despite the structure's age, there is virtually no dust. Air circulates gently through a system of ducts located at varying heights. Scientists believe this was due to natural draft, but measurements revealed a rhythmic pattern of air movement that changes depending on the time of day. This behavior is typical of ventilation systems, but here it operates without any visible mechanisms. Rectangular niches located along some of the corridors attracted particular attention. They are too smooth to be natural and too uniform to be decorative. Each niche is of the same depth, and the walls are completely smooth. Some have speculated that tablets, tools, or objects of unknown purpose could have been stored here. However, no traces of their contents were found. The surfaces of the niches remain immaculately clean. The most striking discovery was a room provisionally dubbed the Chamber of Flow. It consists of a long corridor with a floor slightly inclined toward the center. Where the floor lines meet, a barely noticeable seam runs, reminiscent of the joint between two slabs. However, thermal scanning revealed that this seam conceals a channel through which air flows. Its direction constantly changes, which cannot be explained without an adjustable system. However, the adjustment mechanism itself is missing. It appears that the system is controlled by the properties of the rock itself or by a special structure embedded in the corridors. Deep within the complex is a chamber that researchers call the acoustic sphere. It's a perfect sphere carved from stone, The walls are so smooth that your fingers glide over them as if they were glass. If you stand at one point within the sphere and make a soft sound, it reverberates as if coming from another part of the room. This effect is impossible with conventional geometry. It's as if the space within the sphere has its own structure, distinct from conventional physics. Some scholars have theorized that the Gujar underground passages are not just architectural structures, but ancient instruments for studying sound and vibrations in the earth. But this begs the question, who possessed such knowledge in ancient times, and what purpose did this gigantic vibrational complex serve? The latest phenomenon is alarming. Instruments are detecting weak electromagnetic pulses emanating from deep within the complex. They repeat every few hours. The source of the pulses has not been found, but it is clearly embedded within the structure of the corridors. The question remains, does the complex react to environmental changes, or does the mechanism created by ancient masters still function within? The Gujar passages remain a mystery, a system created with a tenacity, precision, and calculation uncharacteristic of the known cultures of the region. Their creators left behind a space that not only retains its form, but continues to function. And every time researchers delve into its shadows, the corridors seem to take on a life of their own, listening to every step. Stone cavities of Sarma. The Sarma stone cavities, located deep within the limestone massifs, are one of the region's most enigmatic features. They are not natural caves, although they superficially resemble karst formations. However, structural analysis reveals that the cavities are perfectly oval, and their surfaces are worked as if the stone had been softened and molded according to invisible patterns. This is the first evidence that what we are witnessing is not a natural phenomenon, but the result of a deliberate process beyond the limits of known ancient technology. The complex consists of 23 main cavities connected by narrow passages. These passages bear no traces of tools, but their geometry is so precise that they align with the natural stress lines in the rock, as if the creators knew the internal structure of the massif before beginning their work. Many scientists believe this would be impossible without modern magnetic or ultrasonic equipment. But the fact remains, the passages are ideally located in areas where the rock is most stable, making the complex earthquake-resistant. The cavities themselves have a curious acoustic characteristic. If you stand in the center of any of them and pronounce a word, the sound seems to vanish. It isn't reflected or completely dampened by the walls. It seems to dissolve into thin air. Instruments show that the cavities exhibit an unusual absorption of sound, reminiscent of the properties of materials capable of filtering vibrations. However, no coating or layer capable of explaining this phenomenon has been found on the walls. However, it is believed that the sound is absorbed not by the stone, but by the space of the cavity itself, whose shape and surface create this effect. A different behavior is observed at the edges of the cavities. There, on the contrary, the sound intensifies and begins to vibrate, creating the sensation of a low hum. This hum is audible only at a certain frequency, such as the human voice or mechanical impulse, and many researchers speculate that the cavity creators may have used the vibrations to navigate within the complex or to diagnose the internal structure of the stone. Such properties are not found in any known ancient structure. The most striking features are the small circular depressions located on the walls of the cavities. They are perfectly level at the same height, and the diameter of each depression is precisely the same. Some archaeologists speculate that the depressions were used to place containers or spherical objects, but their exact purpose remains unknown. Analysis of dust inside the depressions revealed the presence of microparticles of minerals not found in this rock, but their origin cannot be determined. The Sarma cavities also exhibit strange optical properties. When a narrow beam of light is directed into the center of the chamber, it dissipates and transforms into a faint, soft glow that fills the entire cavity. This is inexplicable. The glow has no visible source and does not correspond to the behavior of light under normal conditions. The surface of the cavities appears to have an unusual reflectivity, creating a uniform background light. Ancient legends describe how one could see without fire inside these cavities, which aligns with the researchers' observations. The cavities have another mysterious feature: heat transfer. Regardless of the outside temperature, a stable temperature, slightly higher than human body temperature, is maintained inside. This is not due to geothermal activity or underground streams. Instruments record a constant weak heat transfer from the walls, but the source of the heat cannot be determined. Some hypothesize that the walls contain special minerals capable of regulating temperature, but analysis reveals ordinary limestone. The most striking discovery was the floor surface. It is covered with a network of barely visible lines, forming a geometric structure reminiscent of a grid or map. These lines are not carved. They appear to have been formed by internal tension or exposure to light. Some researchers have suggested that the floor served as a kind of movement indicator or to record vibrations. But if so, then the floor was a complex instrument, unparalleled in ancient cultures. Among the passages leading between the cavities, there are special narrow corridors where strange metallic sounds can be heard. They resemble distant impacts or vibrations, although there is nothing nearby that could cause such phenomena. These sounds are inconsistent. Sometimes they are louder, sometimes they disappear completely. Scientists have hypothesized that the sounds are caused by air movement or pressure changes, but a definitive explanation is lacking. Thin, thread-like formations composed of mineral inclusions were discovered in some cavities. They don't resemble roots, growths, or natural crystals. Their structure resembles frozen lines of light, as if the space were saturated with energy at the moment of formation. These formations are located at the same height, ruling out chance. Many believe they may have been part of a system associated with the transfer of energy, information, or the use of light for ritual purposes. Local legends often describe the Sarma cavities as soft rooms in which a person loses track of time. Researchers confirm that prolonged stays inside produce strange sensations. Time seems to pass more slowly, and the air movement becomes cyclical. Some experience slight dizziness, others a sense of calm. These reactions may be due to acoustics and temperature, but many believe the cavities were created not simply as architectural features, but as spaces that alter perception. One of the most inexplicable phenomena is the disappearance of dust in some cavities. Even after the prolonged presence of research teams, after the relocation of equipment and personnel, the dust does not linger. It rises into the air and disappears. Instruments record air currents, but the mechanism by which they are generated is unknown. It appears the ventilation system here is more complex than it appears and is linked to the unique shape and structure of the rock itself. The Sarma cavities remain a mystery, the embodiment of ancient knowledge that eludes modern understanding. Every detail, the shape, the acoustics, the light, the temperature phenomena, suggests that their creators had a purpose unrelated to everyday tasks. Perhaps the cavities were a perceptual tool, a ritual complex, or even a place of interaction with long-forgotten natural forces. The fact that they continue to function only confirms that we are not looking at ruins, but at a system that, despite centuries of silence, is still alive. The Pentagonal Hall of Arima. The pentagonal chamber of Arima is located deep within a mountain range, accessible by a single narrow passageway, barely visible among the rock debris. This passageway was long thought to be the result of erosion, until a chance discovery by archaeologists revealed an entrance to a chamber striking in its geometric perfection. Even the first steps inside make it clear. Before the explorer lies a space created with precise calculation, oriented according to principles seemingly unimaginable to ancient cultures. The hall is a perfect pentagon, each face reaching almost 8 meters in length. The walls are polished to such a degree that the light from the lantern falls softly on them, without harsh shadows, as if the surface possessed a diffuse property. The wall material is a stone of unusual density, resembling a mixture of limestone and volcanic glass in structure. Science cannot explain how these rocks could have been combined. A natural process is ruled out, and the technology for fusing the stone is unknown. The hall's floor is particularly striking. It is made of slabs, each perfectly shaped like a pentagon, but of diminishing size, as if the space were flowing toward the center. The center of the floor is marked by a small, round inlay of a light-colored mineral. The inlay protrudes slightly from the surface, and at the slightest touch, it begins to emit a barely noticeable warmth, as if a source of energy were hidden within. This warmth is constant and unaffected by air temperature, making the inlay the subject of much debate among researchers. The hall's acoustics are unique. Any sound within undergoes strange transformations. It is reflected but retains its clarity, as if each facet acts like a mirror, directing the wave precisely back to its source. This effect gives those present the sensation that their own voice is simultaneously heard nearby and far away. Some believe the hall was used for meditative or ritual practices associated with perceiving the voice as a tool for interacting with space. Instruments show that the reflected sound waves have an unusual directional pattern, not found in natural caves or ordinary structures. The walls of the hall are decorated with barely noticeable lines that at first glance appear to be random cracks. However, when illuminated from the side, it becomes clear that the lines form a complex network, reminiscent of a flow map or a system of directions. Each line intersects with another at a precise angle, creating a structure resembling a diagram of an energy or vibrational network. Laser analysis revealed that the lines have varying depths, although this is invisible to the naked eye. They appear to represent a system of channels through which energy or sound could propagate. But the most enigmatic element remains the hall's ceiling. It consists of 5 giant stone slabs assembled at a point so that tiny seams remain between them. Faint light occasionally penetrates through these seams, despite the thick rock above. Scientists have attempted to explain this phenomenon by mineral fluorescence or the reflection of stray sunlight. But tests have shown that the light appears at night and disappears during the day. This has led some to speculate that the slabs respond to temperature changes or electromagnetic fluctuations, creating a faint glow. Another strange phenomenon is present within the hall, the absence of echo at certain points. If a person stands in the corner of the pentagon, the sound disappears completely, as if the space itself were absorbing it. Instruments record a sharp decrease in sound amplitude in these areas, which cannot be explained by the physics of a normal room. Perhaps the hall's creators were aware of the properties of certain geometric shapes and used them to create points of silence. Some researchers believe that such zones could have served as places of concentrated consciousness or spaces for listening to internal phenomena. Despite the absence of any symbols or inscriptions, the hall clearly has a ritual character. In its center, around a light-colored inlay on the floor, the surface is slightly worn, as if people or objects had frequently stood there. However, the absence of traces of soot, ash, or organic matter indicates that the rituals, if they were performed, did not involve fire or sacrifice. This suggests that the primary focus was not on physical actions, but on interaction with sound, light, and the body's position in space. A barely noticeable rectangular notch over 3 centimeters deep was discovered on the inside of one of the faces. Its shape is too regular to be accidental. Some believe an object, perhaps a lens or a stone slab, was attached here. If we assume the chamber was used as a tool for observation or visualization, this notch could have been part of a complex mechanism. However, no traces of fasteners or residual materials were found. Seismic surveys of the area revealed that the hall is located in a naturally stable rock layer. Some scientists speculate that this was intentional, The creators sought a site with minimal vibrations to achieve ideal acoustic and energy conditions. However, the paradox is that the hall actually amplifies certain types of vibrations, making them audible without instruments. Sometimes researchers feel a slight tremor in the floor, as if a weak wave were emanating from the ground. But this tremor disappears when they attempt to record it. A particularly discussed phenomenon is the shadows in the hall. Under bright lighting, a person casts not one, but 5 shadows, each directed toward one of the edges. The angles of incidence do not match the position of the light source. It seems as if the shadows are generated by the hall itself, not the person. This may be due to the way light reflects off the walls, but the exact mechanism remains unclear. Some researchers have found this effect puzzling. They say the shadows feel like presences, as if the hall is reproducing the figures of those who stood there before them. Local legends say the pentagonal hall was a place where the stones remembered the voice. People believed that if you stood in the center and spoke words, the hall would be able to repeat them many years later. Of course, this is just a legend, but some instruments did indeed detect faint sound vibrations long after the experiment. These vibrations didn't exactly match the spoken words, but resembled distorted fragments. The phenomenon remains unexplained. The Pentagonal Hall of Orima is more than just architecture. It is a space constructed according to principles we are only beginning to understand. Its geometry, acoustics, and enigmatic light and vibration effects point to a system of knowledge far surpassing conventional understandings of ancient cultures. Perhaps the hall was an instrument of perception, a space for human interaction with the world, designed to expand consciousness rather than reflect actions. And the deeper researchers delve into its mysteries, the stronger the sense that the Hall of Orima continues to function, following a logic known only to its creators: granite canopy of dragon. The dragon granite overhang is considered one of the most complex mysteries of the mountainous region, where massive slabs of stone form a structure that at first glance appears natural. However, a closer examination reveals that this overhang is artificially formed, and the methods used to create it are beyond the capabilities of known ancient technology. It consists of a huge granite slab hanging over a narrow gorge, as if held in place by invisible forces. Its angle is such that any attempt to replicate a similar structure today would require complex engineering calculations and powerful lifting mechanisms. The slab's size is astonishing. It's over 23 meters long, about 10 meters wide, and up to 4 meters thick. This monolith weighs thousands of tons, yet despite its massive size, it rests on a surprisingly small footprint, touching the rock at only a few points. These points are meticulously smoothed, as if the surface had been polished to a perfect smoothness. Under a microscope, traces resembling melting or exposure to powerful heat pulses are visible, raising questions about the technologies the ancient builders may have used. Geologists believe such traces would not have formed naturally, especially under conditions of erosion and frost weathering. What's also surprising is that the canopy creates unusual acoustic effects. Standing beneath the slab, the sound of a human voice is transformed, acquiring a metallic tint, as if the space reflects and amplifies vibrations of only a certain range. Instruments have recorded an increase in frequencies that coincide with the low harmonics characteristic of Earth vibrations. Some researchers believe the canopy may have served as an ancient instrument for listening to the Earth, allowing them to sense the movement of deep strata or predict earthquakes. But this is only one hypothesis. No additional chambers or depressions associated with acoustics have been found nearby. If you look at the canopy from above, you'll notice that it's positioned precisely along a line that coincides with the region's magnetic field anomalies. This precision is the subject of much debate. Some consider it a coincidence, while others see it as evidence that ancient craftsmen were able to observe magnetic fluxes. Scanning of the area reveals a hidden rock layer containing ferrous inclusions beneath the canopy. It's possible that this geomagnetic feature influenced the choice of location. But the question remains, how did the builders know the location of this layer, and why did they use it? Beneath the slab is a small space called the fireplace niche, although its function remains unknown. This niche is a depression whose walls are as carefully polished as the supporting points of the slab itself. Lines are visible on the surface of the walls, forming a complex pattern resembling a topographic map or a flowchart. Some researchers believe the pattern may have served to visualize processes occurring underground, possibly related to tectonic movements. If so, then the ancient craftsmen possessed knowledge of the Earth's structure that far exceeded that of the renowned scientists of the past. Light interacting with the canopy creates another enigmatic effect. At certain times of the day, rays passing through the narrow gap between the slab and the rock form a complex pattern on the niche wall, reminiscent of a moving diagram. The pattern changes depending on the position of the sun and weather conditions. Some researchers have suggested that the canopy and niche may have served as a sundial, but the precision and complexity of the patterns point to a much more complex device, perhaps a system for monitoring seasonal or atmospheric changes. Moreover, the movement of light across the wall is uneven, creating the illusion of an internal glow source. Of particular interest is the so-called shadow zone, an area under the canopy where shadows behave unnaturally. In bright light, objects cast double and triple shadows directed in the wrong direction. Scientists have attempted to explain this phenomenon by light reflecting off the granite surface, but the stone's reflectivity is too low to produce such effects. Furthermore, the shadows change shape depending on sound. A loud bang or a sharp noise causes the shadows to tremble and stretch momentarily. This is one of the most inexplicable phenomena in the complex. Local legends say that Dragon's Canopy was the ear of the earth, a place where ancient oracles listened to the breathing of underground rivers. These legends often mention a strange sound that arose at night and filled the space beneath the slab. Modern researchers have indeed recorded faint vibrations during certain periods, especially after heavy rains. These vibrations resemble a distant hum, which may be related to underground water flows. But why the canopy amplifies this particular sound remains a mystery. Given the slab's mass, its stability seems almost impossible. Computer modeling shows that the slightest shift in the supporting points could lead to collapse, yet the canopy has remained unchanged for centuries. This suggests that the slab was installed with millimeter precision, or even that it could have been lowered by a mechanism capable of moving such a large mass, the existence of which is unknown. Perhaps the builders exploited natural deformations of the rock or a system of levers, but all of this remains speculative. On rare nights, a faint glow is observed in the niche under the canopy, appearing without apparent cause and lasting no more than a few minutes. This anomaly attracted the attention of physicists, but instruments showed no increase in temperature or the presence of radioactive substances. The glow appears to be a simple reflection of light, but there is no light source at these moments. It appears that the stone itself emits a faint energy, perhaps accumulated during the day. Today, Dragon's granite canopy remains one of the most intriguing mysteries of antiquity. Its structure, acoustic effects, light anomalies, and incredible stability suggest that it was part of a larger complex of knowledge and technologies now completely lost. It's more than just a canopy. It's a tool, an architectural machine, interacting with the earth, light, sound, and time. And the more one studies it, the stronger the sense that it was created not for shelter, but for observation, perhaps for a dialogue with nature itself. Rock steps of Amarki. The Amarki rock steps occupy a special place among the ancient structures scattered across the mountain range. They resemble a gigantic staircase, ascending the slope for almost 300 meters, each step cut into the monolithic rock with such precision that it's impossible to insert even a thin knife blade between them. At first glance, it might seem as if the steps were created to facilitate climbing, but their size and proportions suggest otherwise. The steps reach a height of up to 2 meters, making them unsuitable for a normal human step. This immediately raises the question of their purpose. For whom and for what purpose were they built? The steps are made of a dense, variable granite, extremely rare in the region. Geologists have determined that deposits of this granite are located tens of kilometers from Amarki. This means that the enormous stone blocks were either transported over long distances or somehow altered the structure of the local rocks. However, no traces of quarries, roads, or transportation have been found. It seems as if the steps simply grew out of the mountain, as if someone used the natural rock as a source material and transformed it into precise shapes of incredible height and symmetry. Each step has a perfectly flat surface, slightly inclined toward the center of the staircase. This inclination is barely noticeable, but it is present in all the steps, creating the impression of a single, grand architectural design. The inclination facilitates water drainage, but here it is directed not outward, but inward, toward a narrow central channel that runs the entire length of the staircase. This channel, approximately 20 centimeters deep, appears to be part of a water collection system or a fluid conduit, but its purpose remains unclear. If it was a waterway, why is it located in such an inaccessible location? The steps exhibit unusual acoustic properties. When walking on them, even the lightest step creates a deep, drum-like sound. This effect occurs regardless of the weight of the person walking. Moreover, the sound intensifies as one ascends and, according to records, reaches its peak at the top of the stairs. Some scholars speculate that the steps may have been used as a musical instrument or part of a ritual practice where sound played a significant role. However, the absence of any resonance chambers nearby makes this hypothesis incomplete. Perhaps the entire mountain range served as a resonator, amplifying the vibrations. A key element of the complex are the stone-cut depressions located at the edges of each step. These depressions are oval-shaped and are strictly repeated at regular intervals. They are too small to place a foot in and too even to be random. Some believe the depressions may have served as anchors for wooden structures that once complemented the stone steps. However, archaeologists have found no trace of organic matter, either in the depressions themselves or beneath the soil surface. The top of the steps ends in a wide, perfectly level platform. This platform has barely noticeable depressions arranged in a circle. Their diameter and depth are uniform, suggesting they were used for the installation of pillars or stone monoliths. It's possible that structures marking astronomical events once stood on this platform. Analysis of the orientation of the depressions revealed that some of them align with the sunrise on the equinoxes and solstices. This supports the theory that the complex had a ritual or astronomical purpose. However, there are phenomena that baffle researchers. On certain nights, especially during strong winds, the Amarki steps emit a low hum that spreads throughout the surrounding area. This sound resembles the vibration of metal, although the complex is composed entirely of stone. Some instruments have recorded that the sound is due to microscopic vibrations of the steps' surfaces. It is unclear whether it is caused by air movement, temperature changes, or the internal structure of the rock. The sound is so powerful that it can be heard several kilometers away. But this hum isn't the only strange effect. During precipitation, the water flowing down the steps doesn't spread out as expected, but instead collects in the center, forming precisely defined streams. These streams form complex patterns reminiscent of symbols or writing. The patterns change depending on the intensity of the rain and the wind direction. Some researchers believe the steps were designed as a giant water map or a flow visualization tool, perhaps for weather forecasting or observing natural phenomena. However, there is no evidence for this yet. The steps also exhibit unusual durability. Despite exposure to wind, rain, temperature changes, and time, their surface remains virtually unchanged. The granite appears to be coated with a thin, invisible layer that protects it from erosion. Analysis of samples revealed no traces of coating or processing. However, the microstructure of the stone differs from natural samples. It is denser and more uniform, which is unusual for granite. This suggests that the rock has been manipulated, possibly through heat or vibration processing, at a level inaccessible to ancient technology. The most mysterious sensation remains that experienced by those ascending the steps. Even experienced researchers note that halfway up, they experience a sense of altered spatial perception. The stairs seem longer than they actually are, the air thicker, and the silence more intense. Some feel a slight pressure on their temples, others a vibration in their chest. This may be due to acoustic effects or the unique placement of the steps on the mountainside. But such sensations suggest that the complex may have been designed to influence human perception, not just visual or auditory observations. There's a legend among the locals that the Imarki steps are a staircase to the mountain's voice. According to legend, those who climb to the very top could hear the answer to a question. The legend seems fanciful, but research on the upper platform shows that it actually amplifies certain sounds, reflecting them so that the voice seems to emanate from the depths of the mountain. Perhaps the ancient masters were aware of this effect and used it for ritual purposes. The rocky steps of Imarki remain one of the most profound architectural mysteries of antiquity. Every detail, the slope of the steps, the acoustic phenomena, the water patterns, the orientation to celestial events, points to a complex design. It seems that this is not just a staircase, but part of a larger system in which sound, water, light, and form play the roles of elements in an unknown mechanism. And the more researchers study Imarki, the more convinced they become. Its creators acted not spontaneously, but with a knowledge that today seems almost unattainable. Radara Stone Pits. The Radara Stone Pits are located on the eastern outskirts of the eponymous gorge, a place where the landscape seems simultaneously harsh and strangely ordered. At first glance, the pits resemble deep wells carved into dense rock. However, their shape, interior structure, and layout preclude domestic use. Discovered by explorers in the late 19th century, they immediately attracted attention due to their geometric rigor. Each pit is almost perfectly cylindrical, with smooth walls, no traces of manual processing, and a depth that in different areas ranges from 10 to 40 meters. The rock from which the pits were carved is an extremely dense variety of granite, making their formation even more astonishing. Even modern tools struggle to replicate such precision. But what astonished the researchers most was the absence of any traces of impacts, scratches, or tool friction on the pit walls. It seemed as if the rock had been removed entirely, without flaking or breaking. This has given rise to numerous hypotheses, from ancient vibration processing methods to the effects of thermal currents, but none has yet been scientifically confirmed. The pits are arranged in a precise pattern. They form a network reminiscent of a constellation or an ancient map. When plotting the pit coordinates on a map, it is clear that the distances between them follow a specific numerical sequence, coinciding with the intervals between the extremes of solar cycles. This striking coincidence suggests that the pits may have been used for astronomical observations or as part of a calendar system. However, it is unclear how the vertical geometry of the pits could have been connected to celestial observations. As for the interior structure, each pit has unusual acoustics. If you drop a stone, the sound reaches the bottom with a delay greater than expected. In some pits, the sound disappears completely, as if the space absorbs it. In others, on the contrary, it amplifies and turns into a low hum that vibrates the walls. Researchers have discovered that this acoustic difference is not related to volume or depth. It may be due to hidden cavities or differences in the internal structure of the rock, but scanning attempts have yielded inconclusive results. The temperature inside the pits also raises questions. At a depth of several meters, the temperature remains stable, regardless of the season. However, in some pits, a weak heat source has been detected near the bottom, unrelated to either geothermal activity or groundwater. This heat is weak but constant, creating the impression that a mechanism or natural phenomenon operates cyclically beneath the pit floor. However, attempts to drill into the lower layers revealed increased rock density, making access impossible. The most mysterious phenomenon remains the light effects. On certain days of the year, especially during the equinox, the sun's rays penetrate some pits at such an angle that they illuminate their bottoms. But instead of the usual spot of light, patterns resembling rotating rings of light appear on the walls. These rings move across the surface of the walls, as if controlled by some invisible mechanism. Scientists have attempted to explain this effect by light interference or reflections from minerals, but experiments with artificial lighting have failed to reproduce the phenomenon. Barely visible lines forming a spiral pattern were discovered on the outer walls of some pits. These lines are too smooth to be cracks. Upon closer inspection, they appear to be microchannels no more than a millimeter deep. Their purpose remains unclear, but they may have served to drain liquid or direct air currents into the pit. At certain wind speeds, low vibrations can be heard inside these pits, as if the air were moving along a precise path. Rectangular cutouts resembling structural attachment points are also found around the pits. However, no physical traces of the missing elements have been found. This suggests that wooden or stone installations designed to transmit light, sound, or other processes may have been located above the pits. Some researchers have suggested that the structures may have been used to raise or lower objects. However, local legends suggest otherwise. Stone rings stood above the pits, through which they looked into the depths of the earth. These may refer to lenses or other optical devices, long lost. There is evidence of unusual magnetic phenomena. Compasses near some pits show deviations that cannot be explained by the presence of metallic rocks. Magnetic lines behave as if there is a hidden flow or rotation within the pits. These anomalies often coincide with pits that exhibit enhanced acoustic effects. Some physicists have even suggested that the pits may have been part of an ancient geomagnetic monitoring system, similar to Earth's instrument for recording magnetic field changes. However, direct evidence of this is still lacking. No less astonishing is the sensation experienced by people descending into the pits. Many reported a feeling of heaviness and pressure, as if the air were becoming denser. Others, on the contrary, experienced a feeling of lightness and expansion of space. Some researchers even described instances of brief disorientation when vertical lines on the walls began to float. This cannot be explained by changes in temperature or humidity. Perhaps the acoustics and magnetic properties create an unusual effect on the inner ear and depth perception. The most disturbing discovery was the phenomenon of returned sound. When researchers recorded audio inside the pits, some recordings revealed sounds that no one was making. These were barely audible low-frequency vibrations, reminiscent of speech or whispering. Initially, equipment problems were suspected, but upon repeated experiments, the effect was reproduced. Spectral analysis revealed that these vibrations do not coincide with natural resonances of the rock. Some believe the pits amplify crustal noise, transforming it into recognizable patterns. However, local residents are convinced that this is the voice of the pit, a reflection of what once happened within. There's also a legend that the Rahdar pits were places of choice. According to legend, ancient masters descended into them to hear their destiny. This may seem like a metaphor, but the pit's very structure suggests they were associated with rituals involving sound, light, and interaction with the Earth's vibrations. Perhaps the pits weren't just observational tools, but also places where human consciousness was altered, creating conditions capable of heightening perception. The Rahdara stone pits remain among the most mystical structures in the region. Their perfect geometry, acoustics, magnetic anomalies, and inexplicable light phenomena suggest they were created for a purpose unparalleled in recorded history. These are not storage facilities, wells, or shafts. They are elements of an unknown system in which depth, sound, light, and form function as a single whole. And the more researchers study the pits, the stronger the sense that they continue to function, concealing within themselves a logic that defies modern understanding. Abandoned Passes of Nagara. The abandoned Nagara passages extend beneath the southern spurs of the mountain range, where soft shale layers transition into dense igneous rocks. They were first discovered by shepherds who noticed a hole in the ground after a heavy rain. When researchers descended inside, they realized they weren't looking at a natural cavern, but at a complex system of tunnels, crafted with astonishing precision. Each passage is perfectly shaped, as if it had been formed not by cutting, but by a process that forces the rock into a specific structure. It seems as if the space here wasn't constructed, it was pulled out of the rock. The main feature of the Nagara passages is their unusual geometry. They don't follow lines of weakness in the rock, as is typical in ancient workings, but rather the opposite, leading explorers through the densest, most difficult-to-pass sections of the massif. This has led some scientists to speculate that the creators had a far more profound understanding of the mountain structure than modern geologists. The passages run in straight lines, then, for no apparent reason, turn at right angles as if following an invisible plan. These turns form angles that occur in certain fractal structures, making the complex even more enigmatic. The walls and ceilings of the passages are polished to the consistency of frosted glass. They reflect light softly, without glare, creating a sense of depth and a subtle glow. In some areas, subtle lines running parallel to the floor are visible. At first glance, they appear to be natural rock layers, but with side lighting, the lines are revealed to form a grid-like pattern, as if representing a diagram or flowchart. Some researchers have suggested that the pattern could represent processes invisible to the eye, air movement, earth vibrations, or energetic phenomena, of which we have no modern understanding. As the researcher walks through the passages, a strange sensation arises. The space ahead seems to expand slightly, while the space behind shrinks. This isn't an optical illusion, but a perceptual peculiarity caused by the walls gradually shifting by fractions of a millimeter, creating the effect of a living space. Official science acknowledges the microscopic movements, but cannot explain their source. Some believe the movement is related to temperature changes, but temperature measurements show stability. It seems as if the structure of the passages is capable of reacting to human presence. Nagara's acoustics are among the most unusual among known underground complexes. In some areas, sound travels at an unusual speed, as if the air were becoming denser. In one corridor, a double echo phenomenon was recorded. The sound bounces off the walls, but returns as two separate waves. The first wave is heard at the usual moment, while the second is heard almost twice as late, as if reflecting off a surface much further away than the dimensions of the corridor allow. Instruments actually show a zone where sound waves change direction, as if colliding with an invisible boundary. The passages have a strange property of absorbing light. Lamps that in a typical cave illuminate a space 10 meters ahead here cast a weak cone of light that fades after 3 to 4 meters. This creates the sensation of endless corridors, although they are physically finite. In some areas, the walls themselves seem to emit a faint, barely perceptible glow. It's not bright and doesn't dispel the darkness, but it allows the eye to discern the contours of the space. Analysis revealed the absence of luminescent minerals, making the phenomenon even more mysterious. At the intersections of several corridors, there are small stone pockets, recesses in the walls resembling niches. Their shape is too regular to be natural. Each niche is a perfect semicircle with a smooth, even surface. Traces of an unknown dark coating were found in some of the niches, which crumbles into dust upon exposure to air. Analysis revealed an unusual ratio of carbon and mineral structures, atypical for the local geology. But most importantly, the niches show no evidence that they could have been used to store objects. Rather, they served as tools, possibly acoustic or energetic ones. At a depth of approximately 60 meters lies the Chamber of Confluence, a large chamber where 8 main passages converge. It is the only irregularly shaped chamber in the entire system. The walls are not smooth, but are covered with a pattern of deep, seemingly downward extending grooves. These create a fluid effect, as if the stone were once malleable. In the center of the chamber is a circular stone slab, slightly recessed into the floor. It detects faint vibrations that do not correspond to earthquakes or underground noises. Some believe the slab may have served as a resonator, an element amplifying signals or vibrations traveling through the corridors. The most frightening phenomenon of the passages remains the so-called delayed step effect. Some researchers moving through the deepest corridors reported hearing their own footsteps behind them, several seconds after they had taken them. In other cases, the footsteps appeared simultaneously with the real ones, but sounded different, deeper, richer, as if produced by something much heavier than a person. Attempts to record this phenomenon have encountered difficulties. Directional microphones detect distortions, but the actual sound appears only in the spectrogram as a series of low-frequency pulses. Another unexplained phenomenon is spontaneous air currents. In some corridors, the air moves strictly forward, while in others, it moves backward. This is usually explained by pressure differences. But in Noguera, the pressure in the corridors is so stable that the air movement defies all models. Moreover, the currents change direction depending on whether a person is in the corridor or not. This has led to hypotheses that the air movement is related to human body temperature or electromagnetic fields, but experiments have yielded conflicting results. Local legends claim that the Noguera passages were roads for those who leave no trace. Researchers have interpreted this expression in various ways. Some believe it refers to priests who used the system for ritual journeys in the dark. Others believe that in ancient times, beings or people of different stature and anatomy existed, for whom the passages had practical significance. However, the dimensions of the corridors contradict this. Their height and width are irregular, constantly changing, and no anthropometric model fits these parameters. The most exciting discovery came during an attempt to scan the center of the Confluence Hall. The scanners revealed a strange image. Beneath the slab, a region was discovered where the rock density drops sharply and then increases, as if there were an irregularly shaped void beneath the hall. However, access to it is impossible. The floor of the hall remains monolithic. Some archaeologists believe that a second, deeper level, inaccessible to humans, may lie beneath the Noguera passages. It may have been created by the same builders, and its purpose is linked to functions we cannot yet fathom. Today, the abandoned passages of Noguera remain one of the most poorly understood architectural mysteries. They exhibit a combination of precision, incomprehensible physical effects, acoustic anomalies, and the interaction of form with human perception. It seems the system was built neither for movement, nor for storage, nor for shelter. It was created as an instrument, a spatial mechanism in which vibrations, light, air movement, and the sounds of the earth are woven into a single whole. And the deeper researchers delve into these passages, the stronger the feeling becomes that they are merely visitors in a structure that continues to live and breathe according to its own ancient laws. Labyrinth under Solmia. The labyrinth beneath Solmia is located beneath an ancient hilly plateau, considered for centuries a place of legends and forgotten rituals. Its existence was long relegated to legend. There were tales of underground corridors where steps are lost, of a chamber where stone hears thoughts, of a space that changes shape. Only recent excavations, begun after a collapse in the southern part of the hill, revealed a system resembling a highly complex architectural organism. The labyrinth turned out to be not a random collection of tunnels, but a carefully designed structure where every wall and turn is governed by an unknown logic. The entrance is a narrow stone opening leading down a long, sloping gallery, the walls of which are polished to an almost mirror-like shine. This descent creates a disorienting effect. The light from a lantern reflects off the walls, creating the illusion of infinity. Some researchers claim that at a certain depth, faint vibrations begin to be heard, reminiscent of the hum of organs or the breathing of a huge machine. However, instruments detect only weak resonances in the low-frequency range, the origin of which is still unclear. The labyrinth consists of several levels connected by vertical shafts and passages. But the most striking feature is its lack of symmetry. Unlike most ancient ritual or engineering complexes, there are no clear axes or central chamber. The passages wind, rise suddenly, then end, changing width and height. However, mathematical analysis revealed that the labyrinth structure follows the principles of fractal geometry, where each large section contains elements that replicate the overall shape on a smaller scale. This creates a sense of living space, as if the labyrinth were constructed according to the laws of nature, not the human mind. The walls of the corridors have an unusual property of absorbing sound. Even a loud shout seems muffled, as if the words are drowned out by the thickness of the stone. But in some halls, on the contrary, the sound is amplified many times over, creating the effect of polyphony. In the pulse hall, as the researchers dubbed it, any word returns as an echo, broken into rhythmic pulses. These pulses coincide with the heartbeat of the person in the hall. Some physicists consider this phenomenon a coincidence, but repeated experiments confirm the connection between the echo and biorhythms. It's as if the space is responding to the presence of a living organism. Another mystery is the light. Even in the complete absence of external light, some areas of the labyrinth appear illuminated from within. This isn't phosphorescence. The glow isn't due to minerals and doesn't fade with no movement. It's so faint that it's impossible to discern details, but it creates the impression of directional light. In some places, the light forms narrow lines intersecting the corridors. These lines align with the directions of hidden cavities in the rock, although no connection between them has been found. It's possible the light is the result of energy interacting with the rock itself within the labyrinth. Among the discovered chambers, the Chamber of Silence stands out. It is a perfect cube with smooth walls. Inside, sound disappears instantly, as if the space were completely devoid of acoustic reflections. The sensation of silence is so profound that, according to researchers, it begins to seem as if one can hear one's own thoughts or the beating of one's blood. The chamber causes severe disorientation. Many experience anxiety or chest pressure. Some speculate that it served as a place of testing or meditation, where one was forced to experience absolute silence, but the purpose of such a ritual remains unclear. There's also the Spiral Hall, a room whose walls are covered with an incised pattern resembling a double helix. When viewed from a certain angle, the pattern appears to move, like waves on water. This isn't an optical illusion. The movement is recorded by video cameras. Scientists speculate that the pattern interacts with micro-vibrations in the earth and visualizes them. If so, the hall could have been an ancient instrument for monitoring tectonic processes. However, the spiral only reacts in the presence of a human, making the phenomenon even more mysterious. Deep within the second level lies a narrow corridor known as the Memory Passage. Its walls have a strange property of reflecting quiet sounds several minutes after they are made. This is not an ordinary echo, but a delayed recording, reproducing fragments of words, footsteps, or breathing. Scientific explanations are lacking. The mechanisms capable of storing sound in the stone structure are unknown. But the fact remains, the recordings are recorded by equipment. Some researchers believe the corridor functions as a giant vibrational matrix, preserving resonant imprints. The labyrinth beneath Solmia also exhibits anomalous magnetic properties. Compasses here behave extremely erratically. The needles spin, freeze, and point in opposite directions. Magnetic anomalies are particularly strong at the intersections of corridors. It's possible that the structure of the rock, rich in iron-bearing minerals, interacts with the Earth's magnetic fields, but the distribution of the anomalies is too precise to be random. Some believe these areas were used to monitor magnetic currents or to perform rituals associated with them. Another phenomenon is related to temperature. In some halls, the temperature remains constant, but in narrow passages, it drops sharply, sometimes to levels 15 to 20 degrees below ambient. This isn't due to ventilation. Air movement isn't sufficient to explain such fluctuations. In these cold corridors, researchers feel a sense of pressure, as if the space is being compressed. Psychologists attribute this to the confined space effect, but physicists point to anomalous changes in air density. The most frightening element of the labyrinth remains the Hall of Reflections, where the walls act like mirrors, but reflect a person's image with a delay of several seconds. This isn't a perception error. Cameras record the same effect. Some reflections, however, move slightly later or slightly differently than the original, as if the room is reproducing not the current state, but a trace of someone who has been there before. Extensive research into this phenomenon has led to the theory that the hall records the vibrational patterns of people passing through it and displays them as distortions of light. Local legends say the labyrinth beneath Solmia is the place where the earth speaks. People believe that answers to questions could be heard within if they stood in silence long enough. This may be due to the low humming sounds heard in some chambers, reminiscent of a subterranean voice. Modern instruments detect vibrations that match the resonances of the Earth's crust, but their amplification at certain points indicates that the labyrinth was tuned to interact with natural processes. Today, the labyrinth beneath Solmia remains one of the most enigmatic structures, where sound, light, form, temperature, and vibrations are woven into a single system. It was not intended for habitation, storage, or protection. It was created as an instrument, a spatial mechanism that works with perception, sound, memory, and natural forces. And the deeper researchers descend, the clearer it becomes. This is not a place built for humans. It is a place where ancient masters attempted to penetrate the structure of the world, leaving behind an architectural trace that continues to live its own life to this day. Ashtar stone cubes. The Ashtar stone cubes are scattered across a desert plateau, considered a cursed place for centuries. Locals avoided it, claiming that the stones there weren't positioned as they should be. When archaeologists first set foot on the plateau, they discovered dozens of perfect cube-shaped monoliths, arranged in a remarkably orderly pattern. Each cube is identical in size, exactly 3 meters in height, width, and depth. They appear simple at first glance, but upon closer examination, their unique, anomalous properties begin to unravel. The first thing that surprised the researchers was the quality of the surface. Each face of the cubes was polished to a matte finish, free of cracks and chips. The faces met at perfect right angles, and the edges were so uniform that the deviation over a distance of 3 meters was no more than a few millimeters. Modern technology could achieve such precision, but the ancient cultures of the region did not possess tools capable of working stone as if it were soft clay. Analysis of the material revealed that the cubes were made of a special variety of quartzite, unusually hard and durable. The most mysterious aspect is the cube's interior. Instruments detect voids within them, ranging in volume from 1 to 10 liters. Remarkably, these voids are located at different points within each cube, sometimes closer to the center, sometimes toward the edge. However, access to them is impossible. No cracks, no holes, no signs of opening. Some researchers have suggested that the voids formed during the cube's manufacture, but the strict symmetry and geometry rule out a random nature for these cavities. They may have served to tune the stone's vibrational properties. As one approaches the cubes, the air around them seems to become denser. Measurements have shown that weak electrostatic charges are deposited near the surface. These charges are harmless, but they create a noticeable sensation of tension on the skin. The scientific explanation is that quartzite has the ability to accumulate electricity, but the charge distribution is too uniform and coincides with the cube's locations on the plateau. This has led to the theory that the cubes may have served as part of an ancient energy system. The arrangement of the cubes forms a striking geometric pattern. They stand at the corners of a giant polygon, within which smaller figures are arranged, echoing the shape of the overall structure. This fractal pattern has led researchers to believe that the cubes may have served as lighthouses or nodes in an ancient navigation system. However, the lack of connecting elements or roads raises doubts. However, it is clear that the arrangement of the cubes is not random. The distance between them follows a strict mathematical order linked to the proportions of the golden ratio. Each cube possesses unusual acoustic properties. When tapped on its surface, it produces a low sound reminiscent of a metal drum. The sound vibrates within the cube for a long time, despite the absence of large voids. Instruments record resonant bursts of low-frequency waves that propagate for tens of meters. Moreover, each cube has an individual resonant frequency, indicating a sophisticated design. Some scientists believe the cubes may have formed a unified sound transmission network, possibly used for communication or ritual purposes. Barely visible lines were discovered on the surface of some cubes, thin, straight, intersecting at various angles. These lines resemble a diagram or map. They weren't drawn by hand. Surface analysis revealed that the lines represent zones of microscopic variation in the stone's density, as if some kind of image had been embedded within its structure. Skeptics believe this is a natural pattern, but it is too regular and consistent across several cubes. Perhaps the creators used a technique that allowed them to alter the stone's internal structure without damaging its outer surface. On certain days of the year, especially during the winter solstice, the cubes begin to sound. A faint, low hum emanates from their surface, intensifying with the wind. Instruments detect this sound as vibrations that coincide with the movement of air masses. But the question arises, why do the cubes react only on these days? There is no answer. Perhaps the cube's location on the plateau and the geometry of their sides create an effect reminiscent of a musical instrument tuned to certain natural rhythms. Another phenomenon is related to light. At sunset, the cubes cast unusually large shadows. These shadows intersect and form patterns on the ground that mirror the cube's arrangement. Some believe this to be coincidental, but the precision of the coincidence is astonishing. In one experiment, researchers discovered that on the longest days, the shadows create an image resembling a symbol, a circle with intersecting lines. This may have been part of an ancient calendar or a visual map. The central cube, located precisely in the center of the plateau, attracts particular attention. Its surface is slightly different from the others. It exhibits a faint glow at certain angles. This glow is not due to luminescence or solar reflection. It appears even in cloudy weather. Instruments detect a weak electromagnetic field around the center of this cube. Some believe it is the core of the entire system, around which the plateau's space is organized. Perhaps its void contains a different material or structure. Local legends say that Ashtar's cubes were repositories of voices. According to legend, if you press your ear to one of the cubes at night, you can hear distant sounds resembling music or speech. Modern research has not confirmed the presence of sounds, but some instruments have detected faint, low-frequency vibrations resembling a distant hum. Perhaps this effect is what gave rise to the legend. The most intriguing hypothesis is that the cubes were part of an orientation system linked to geomagnetic processes. Some scholars suggest that ancient builders may have used their knowledge of the Earth's magnetic fluxes and constructed structures that responded to them. The cubes are indeed located on lines of anomalous magnetic tension, but it is unknown whether the builders knew the nature of these lines or were simply following intuitive knowledge. The Ashtar stone cubes remain a mystery, defying a definitive explanation. They combine incredible precision, acoustic and electromagnetic anomalies, complex geometry, and interaction with light. It seems the cubes were created neither for housing, nor for rituals, nor for art. They are elements of an ancient system that worked with space, vibrations, and energy. And today, centuries later, they continue to retain their structure, as if waiting for us to learn to understand the language embedded in their form. Ovrum Underground Belt. The Ovrum Underground Belt lies beneath a massive ridge where the layers of rock resemble ancient pages compressed by time. The existence of this belt was long merely a hypothesis based on vague legends of local residents. They spoke of a ring that holds the mountain, but no one could have imagined that they were talking about a gigantic underground structure encompassing the entire massif. When a drilling team accidentally struck a void, it turned out that beneath the thickness of the rock lay a corridor of incredible length, curving into a ring. Its diameter exceeds 5 kilometers, and its width ranges from 4 to 6 meters. The corridor is something between a tunnel and a hall. Its walls and ceiling are gently curved, creating the impression that the space was carved not by a tool, but by a force capable of working through enormous volumes of rock. The stone appears polished from the inside, the surface smooth but not mirror-like. The light from the lantern falls softly, creating golden hues. At first glance, the corridor appears empty, but a closer look reveals that the walls are covered with subtle lines, as if they are part of a vast pattern. These lines form a complex sequence, reminiscent of a flow or vibration map. They are not carved. Their structure differs at the molecular level from the base stone, as if its composition was altered during the creation of the corridor. The lines curve, converge, and diverge, creating the impression that the entire Ovrum Belt is a gigantic diagram designed to observe processes we can only guess about today. Some believe the lines depict the movement of groundwater, others that they record tectonic stress, but neither hypothesis explains the precision and regularity of the pattern. The acoustics of the Ovrum Ring astonish all researchers. In one place, you can hear the whisper of a person standing 100 meters away. In another, the sound disappears completely, as if absorbed by the structure itself. What's remarkable is that the zones of amplification and absorption repeat with precise periodicity. This suggests that the corridor was constructed taking into account the acoustic properties of the rock and its shape. Some experts even believe that the belt acted as a huge resonator capable of amplifying or dampening vibrations of the Earth's crust. Temperature measurements revealed that the air inside the belt is always 2 to 3 degrees warmer than outside. This is unrelated to depth or external climatic conditions. Moreover, in some areas, the temperature drops sharply, as if the space were interacting with energy flows that are not detected by traditional instruments. These cold nodes often coincide with areas where lines on the walls form complex geometric patterns. They may serve as clues to the belt's true purpose. One of the most intriguing features is the air movement in the corridor. Despite the absence of visible ventilation shafts, air circulates constantly. In some areas, a gentle flow is felt, while in others, a sharp movement is felt, as if a draft is swirling around in a circle. However, upon closer analysis, it turns out that the air movement corresponds to the arrangement of the patterned lines. Where the lines converge, the air accelerates. Where they diverge, it slows. This resembles an ancient microclimate control system, but the scale is astonishing. The entire structure functions as a single organism. In some places, breaches in the walls lead to small circular chambers located behind the main corridor. These chambers are perfectly spherical and crafted with the same meticulous care as the main corridor. They are echo-free, but sound within is amplified within a certain range, filling the sphere with a low hum. Researchers speculate that these chambers may have served as tuning nodes for the entire complex, places where the flow of sound or energy was regulated. Another mystery is the vertical shafts leading up and down to an unknown depth. They are evenly spaced along the entire length of the belt, each at a precise angle. These shafts cannot be fully explored. The equipment stops functioning at a certain depth. Some believe the shafts contain a strong electromagnetic field. Others speculate that the shafts are part of a ventilation system or an ancient information transfer system between levels. But there is no definitive explanation. One of the most inexplicable phenomena remains the rustling of stone. During seasonal changes, especially in spring, sounds resembling the movement of sand or small stones are heard within the belt. However, surface inspections reveal no movement. The sound appears and disappears without a trace. Spectral analysis has shown that it coincides with vibrations of deep rock layers, suggesting that the belt may serve as a giant device for detecting changes in the Earth's crust. Platforms protruding from the walls were discovered at the turns of the corridor. Each is shaped like a perfect semi-oval and is positioned at the same height. Their surfaces are indented, as if intended for the installation of objects. Perhaps stone pillars, mirrors, or devices interacting with vibrations and light once stood here. However, there are no signs of destruction or displacement, only perfectly smooth depressions. The most striking element is the zone of silence, an area where sound disappears completely. Even footsteps are inaudible, as if the space lacks the ability to reflect vibrations. The walls of this zone have a slightly different hue, gray-silver, as if coated with a thin layer of an unknown material. Instruments detect weak electromagnetic radiation, harmless to humans. Some believe this zone was used for rituals where absolute silence and concentration were essential. Others believe it was part of a system that dampened unnecessary resonances. Local legends say that Overum's underground belt was created to contain the mountain's voice. This phrase long seemed metaphorical until researchers recorded low-frequency vibrations that matched the crustal resonance at great depths. The belt does indeed amplify some vibrations and suppress others. If thought of as an instrument, it could have been used to observe Earth processes, predict earthquakes, or interact with natural cycles. Today, the Overum underground belt remains one of the most sophisticated yet misunderstood ancient systems. Its structure and interaction with sound, air, vibrations, and possibly electromagnetic fields point to knowledge that the region's ancient cultures were not expected to possess. It's not just a corridor, a tunnel, or a technical device. It's a mechanism, a spatial instrument that still functions today, even though its creators are long gone. And researchers increasingly say that to understand the Overum belt, we need to think not in terms of architecture, but in terms of spatial physics. Corridors under the Temple of Myrna. The corridors beneath the Temple of Myrn were discovered by chance during restoration of the ancient sanctuary built atop a limestone hill. It was long believed that the temple stood on solid rock, but a hole in the floor of the main hall revealed a network of hidden passages. The first steps downward revealed a system beneath the sanctuary that bore no resemblance to its architecture. While the upper temple was constructed of rough stones and adapted to the terrain, the underground structure was so skillfully crafted that it appears to be the work of another civilization. The corridors stretch for hundreds of meters, forming a labyrinth, but unlike most underground complexes, there's a sense of strict design here. The height and width of the passages don't vary randomly, but rather according to specific patterns. In some places, the ceilings rise to almost 7 meters, creating the sensation of underground chambers. In others, the corridor narrows to such an extent that one can only pass sideways. Yet the walls always remain perfectly smooth, as if polished to a matte sheen. The wall material is particularly intriguing. It's not limestone, typical of the region, but a strange variety of light-colored stone resembling a fusion of quartz and marble. Analysis revealed that the mineral has an unusual structure with almost no microcracks typical of older rocks. This suggests that the walls were subjected to high temperatures or pressure. However, there are no signs of fire. The surface is clean without traces of soot or carbon deposits. Rows of niches, each carefully carved at the same height, line the corridors. The niches are rectangular with rounded corners as if intended for storage. However, no remains of artifacts or organic matter have been found. Some researchers believe the niches may have been used to install lighting devices. This hypothesis was reinforced when traces of crystalline formations, not typical of the local rock, were discovered in several niches. These may be the remains of ancient lamps, operating on an unknown principle. The most surprising aspect was the behavior of sound within the corridors. Echoes are virtually absent, even in large halls. Instead, the sound spreads smoothly, as if absorbed by the invisible fabric of space. But at certain points, the sound actually amplifies, returning distorted reflections. These acoustic nodes are located precisely at the intersections of the corridors, forming a map resembling the schematic of a musical instrument. Some researchers suggest that the corridors may have been used as ritual paths, where sound acted as a conductor or a means of influencing the psyche. Interestingly, in some areas, the wall exhibits a faint internal glow. It manifests only in the complete absence of external light. The source of the glow remains unknown. The wall material contains no phosphorus or luminescent elements. The glow is unstable. Sometimes it intensifies. Sometimes it fades. Some speculate that it is related to electromagnetic processes in the rock or the interaction of the minerals that make up the wall. However, the instruments detect weak fields, too weak to explain the glow. The Dome Hall, a circular room approximately 30 meters in diameter, attracted particular attention. Its ceiling is a perfect dome with concentric lines visible on its surface, converging toward a central point. At this point is a hole extending to an unknown depth. When researchers attempted to measure its depth, their instruments yielded conflicting data. Sometimes it seemed endless, sometimes like a dead end. When sound was transmitted into the hole, it was completely absorbed. Some claim that a faint vibration can be felt in this hall, as if the space were breathing. The mystery deepened when traces of ancient floor processing were discovered. In the central part of the hall is a circular platform, slightly recessed into the surface. Patterns are visible on it, thin lines forming a complex geometric matrix. These lines are so fine that they could not have been created by hand. They appear to have been formed during the cooling or heating of the rock. Perhaps the platform was part of a complex mechanism or served as a site for rituals where precise geometric proportions were essential. There's another phenomenon: changes in air density. In some areas, the corridors feel heavier or lighter, even though the air density remains constant. These sensations may be related to acoustics or a psychological effect, but instruments show that the speed of sound propagation in these areas differs slightly from normal. This may indicate the presence of invisible air currents, but no air movement has been detected. Of particular interest among the researchers' findings are stone panels bearing traces of unknown symbolism. One panel is engraved with a pattern resembling a network of intersecting lines, reminiscent of a map but not consistent with the plan of the corridors. Some lines extend beyond the panel, suggesting the symbol refers to a larger structure, possibly a subterranean space beyond the temple. It is believed that the Myrna corridors were part of a larger network spanning the entire region, but the most frightening phenomenon remains the footsteps that aren't there. Many expeditions have reported hearing footsteps behind them while deep in the corridors. However, each time the corridor was empty. These footsteps sounded slightly quieter than human footsteps, as if they belonged to a being of lesser weight. Psychologists attribute this to stress and acoustic distortion, but voice recorder recordings do indeed capture distant sounds. Some files contain not only footsteps, but also barely perceptible vibrations, similar to breathing. Local legends mention that the Temple of Myrna stood on the site of the Path of the Ancestors, leading into the bowels of the earth. Ancient sages believed that only those who passed through these underground passages could hear the voice of the world. Perhaps these legends reflect the actual function of the corridors. They could have been used as spaces for ritual ordeals, where a person encountered silence, echoes, vibrations, and distorted perception. Today, the corridors beneath the Temple of Myrn remain among the most mysterious structures. They were not used for storage, dwellings, or shelters. Their purpose was to work with space, sound, light, and human perception. It seems that the creators of the Myrn corridors sought not to construct a path, but to create an experience, a journey into an altered reality, where stone becomes a guide and silence the answer. Tirmada ceramic pits. The Tirmad ceramic pits were discovered on an arid plateau where nothing seemed to foreshadow the discovery of an unusual archaeological site. From above, the site appears to be a barren expanse of rough stone and sparse dry bushes. However, after a severe storm, the ground collapsed, revealing a system of depressions that at first glance resembled ordinary natural pits. However, subsequent research revealed that every element of the complex was artificially created, and not just created, but formed by a method unknown even to modern technology. The pits were named ceramic because their inner walls were coated with an unusual material resembling fired clay. However, upon analysis, it turned out that this material was not clay at all. It possessed properties characteristic of volcanic glass, but had the density and structure of ceramic alloys, which are produced only at extremely high temperatures. Temperatures capable of melting stone to such a state do not exist in the region, neither natural nor related to ancient technological processes. Each pit is a cylinder, 2 to 8 meters deep, perfectly smooth inside. But the most unusual thing is that the diameter of the pits varies from level to level. The top layer is wider, then the walls narrow slightly, but unevenly. It seems as if each pit was pulled out of the rock rather than dug. There are no tool marks on the walls, nor are there the microcracks typical of stonework. In some places, the surface is so smooth it resembles polished ceramic. It remains cool to the touch despite the daytime heat. The upper levels of the complex are connected by small channels, which scientists initially mistook for animal burrows. But upon closer examination, it became clear that these channels have a distinct geometry that exceeds the functionality of natural passages. Their shape resembles spirals or arcs repeated at regular intervals. It seems that the channel system was part of a larger plan, perhaps used for ventilation or the transfer of energy, sound, or pressure. During acoustic testing, the pits revealed remarkable properties. Speaking into one of the pits distorts the sound, deepening it and acquiring a metallic tint. If you strike the wall, the pit begins to resonate, creating a low vibrational hum that spreads across the surrounding ground. Interestingly, each pit has its own resonant frequency, depending not only on its depth, but also on the thickness of its ceramic layer. Some researchers have suggested that the pits may have been part of an ancient sound instrument or signaling system. Furthermore, the Tirmad pits possess an unusual ability to illuminate from within. When bright sunlight enters the pit, the surface of the walls reflects it, creating the impression of an internal glow. This effect is particularly noticeable in the morning and late afternoon. Analysis revealed that the wall material has a complex, multi-layered structure, similar to ceramic coatings with added quartz, which could indeed create such optical phenomena. One of the most puzzling phenomena of the complex is the presence of barely noticeable patterns, visible only at certain angles of light. These patterns resemble waves radiating from the center of the pit. They are neither engraved nor painted. Rather, they are the result of the inhomogeneity of the wall material. Such patterns could have arisen if the structure was formed by melting and subsequent cooling of the material. However, this requires energy, which the ancient peoples of the region did not have. Some researchers believe the Termad pits were part of an ancient water collection system. Indeed, a thin layer of moisture is found in the lower layers of some pits after rainfall. However, the geometry of the pits and the nature of the material prevent the water from being absorbed. It remains as a perfectly smooth mirror. The water disappears within a few days, although evaporation in desert conditions is much faster. It's possible that the water escapes through micropores hidden in the lower portions of the pits, but no instrument has been able to detect them. Observations of the sand's behavior inside the pits revealed another anomaly. If a small amount of sand is dropped inside, it settles in an unusual manner. First, it spirals, then gradually descends. This is inconsistent with sand's behavior under normal conditions. This effect is explainable if we assume the presence of a weak air vortex or electrostatic field inside the pit. However, the instruments do not detect air movement, and the electrical energy levels in these areas do not exceed normal levels. One of the most striking discoveries was the wind song heard on certain days. When strong gusts of wind sweep over the plateau, the pits begin to vibrate. They emit low, humming notes that form a harmonic pattern reminiscent of a melody. The wind seems to play on the pits, each resonating at its own frequency. Locals have reported this phenomenon for centuries, but this is the first time science has been able to record it. Spectral analysis revealed that the sound has a complex structure, including both low and high-frequency vibrations. Some researchers believe the pits may have served as ancient instruments for observing air movement or atmospheric changes. However, the precision of their geometry and the quality of their coating suggest a much more complex design. These pits could have been part of a laboratory for ancient artisans studying the properties of sound and vibrations. Or they could have been part of a ritual structure in which sound, light, and water played an important role. The most unusual phenomenon is the sensation of pulsation inside some of the pits. People who descended into them reported a vibrational sensation in the surrounding space, although instruments did not detect any air movement. In some cases, a faint warmth was felt emanating from the walls. This led to the hypothesis that processes intended by the pit's creators continue to occur within the pits, possibly related to heat exchange or vibration. The Termad ceramic pits remain one of the most enigmatic complexes, where acoustics, optics, thermal physics, and unknown materials processing technologies converge. The combination of these elements creates the impression that we are dealing not simply with an architectural object, but with a tool, a mechanism that manipulates natural phenomena. But its purpose remains a mystery. Only one thing is clear: its creators possessed knowledge that is lost or hidden from us. This makes the Termad pits more than just an archaeological discovery, but an invitation to understand a world in which stone, light, and sound were part of a single ritual and scientific language. Lafar Sound Hall. The Lafar Sound Chamber is located deep beneath a rock mass, in a place where natural voids alternate with dense layers of rock. Its discovery was accidental. A group of geologists exploring underground aquifers encountered a strange resonance generated by impacts on the rock. This resonance was inconsistent with the rock structure and indicated the presence of a hidden cavity. After clearing the passage, a large stone chamber was revealed, later named the Sound Chamber. The first impression of the hall is one of perfect geometry. It is oval in shape, elongated along the north-south axis, reminiscent of an inverted dome, but with unusually smooth walls. Not a single crack, not a single trace of workmanship, as if someone had shaped the stone from the inside, perfectly smoothing the surface. The walls are slightly damp to the touch, although analysis shows no water. This property is likely due to capillary processes, but their nature is strikingly precise. The moisture is distributed evenly, as if the surface were regulating its own hydration. The hall got its name from a unique acoustic phenomenon. Any sound emitted inside doesn't disappear instantly, as in conventional chambers, or reverberate as a single echo. A whole spectrum of reflections emerges, transforming even a whisper into a complex harmonic composition. These reflections aren't chaotic. They follow a strict rhythm, forming a structure reminiscent of a musical pattern. Researchers analyzing the sound discovered that each frequency produces its own unique pattern. It seems the hall was designed as an instrument capable of transforming sound into spatial patterns. Even more astonishing is the fact that sound in the Sala Lafara not only reflects, but returns altered. When a person speaks, the initial reflections retain their natural form, but subsequent reflections are distorted, as if the hall were adding new frequencies, creating a harmonic superstructure. This phenomenon is rare even in modern acoustic laboratories, where sophisticated resonator chambers have been created. But in the Sala Lafara, this effect occurs naturally, as if the space were constructed with laws of sound absorption and reflection in mind. Laws the ancient masters could not have known. The central part of the hall is a rounded platform, slightly elevated above the floor. Its surface is smooth, with a subtle pattern of concentric lines. Researchers speculate that the platform served as a standing platform for a participant in a ritual or ordeal. If a person stands on the platform and makes sounds, the hall reacts especially vividly, and the echoes become more powerful. Some experimenters reported feeling vibrations in their feet, subtle yet real. This may indicate that the platform itself is part of an acoustic mechanism that transmits vibrations into the structure of the room. Narrow vertical channels, reminiscent of ventilation shafts, line the walls of the hall. They extend upward, disappearing into the darkness, but do not lead to the surface. Their purpose remains a mystery. When researchers fired a directional sound into one of the channels, it returned with an unexpected distortion, as if the channel were twisting the sound wave. The shape of the channels is also surprising. They are uniform in width, but their depth and angle vary, creating a unique acoustic pattern. Perhaps these channels served as a kind of organ pipe, amplifying and transforming sound. The hall's floor has an unusual structure. It feels slightly springy underfoot, although visually it appears to be solid stone. This sensation may be due to thin air pockets beneath the surface. However, measurements show that their arrangement is too regular to be natural. These hidden air chambers may act as acoustic resonators, creating a living floor effect that interacts with footsteps and vibrations. One of the hall's most mystical phenomena is its voice trace. Researchers have noticed that a few minutes after a loud sound, the hall itself begins to sing. It emits a low hum that gradually increases in volume and then fades. This isn't an external sound. Microphones record vibrations in the walls. It appears the hall stores sound energy and gradually releases it. Some believe this is due to the stone's internal structure or a system of hidden cavities that act as natural energy accumulators. The ceiling of the hall contains recesses in the shape of irregular hexagons. They are evenly distributed, each approximately half a meter in diameter. Some researchers believe these recesses were used to place objects, possibly discs or plates that enhanced acoustics. However, no traces of these missing elements have been found. Another theory suggests that the hexagons are part of a sound diffusion system, allowing the hall to change its acoustic properties depending on the direction of the waves. The phenomenon of reverse whispering is particularly noteworthy. If a person stands at one of the extreme points of the hall and quietly pronounces a word, it disappears, only to return a few seconds later from the opposite side. This phenomenon cannot occur by chance. It requires precise geometry and control of reflective surfaces. Scientists theorize that the hall was designed as a giant acoustic lens, redirecting sound along complex trajectories. But how the ancient masters could have calculated such a system remains unclear. The effect of the hall on human perception is no less intriguing. Many researchers note that after a few minutes inside, A feeling of slight pressure in the ears develops, and sounds begin to seem more three-dimensional. Some have described the phenomenon of expanded hearing, where even the faintest vibrations of clothing or the breathing of others can be heard. Psychologists believe this is a result of acoustic saturation, but many believe the hall itself affects the human sensory system. Among the researchers' findings are traces of ancient paths on the floor, barely visible as depressions, as if people had frequently stood or moved there. However, there are no obvious signs of erosion, suggesting that the traces may have been created not by physical pressure, but by vibrational interaction. Perhaps by standing on the platform or at certain points in the hall, ritual participants created sound patterns that interacted with the structure of the floor. Local legends say that the Sala Lafara was a place where stones listen. People believed the hall could remember words spoken within and repeat them years later. There's no scientific evidence to support this, but the phenomenon of delayed resonance does exist. Some recordings show faint sounds lingering in the vibrational spectrum long after they've faded. Today, the Lafair Sound Hall remains a unique acoustic object, the origin and purpose of which remain undiscovered. It is not a temple, not a tomb, not a technical structure. Rather, it is a gigantic instrument that works with vibrations, sound, resonance, and human perception. And the more researchers study it, the clearer it becomes. This space was not created by chance. It is the result of knowledge about the nature of sound and matter that, in our view, ancient civilizations should not have possessed. Underground vaults of Terhan. The underground vaults of Terhan were discovered during the construction of a new road across a plain seemingly devoid of any ancient structures. The area was a sandy landscape with occasional elevations, and geologists were certain that beneath the surface lay only dense layers of sedimentary rock. But after a series of small sinkholes, it became clear that the underground contained not only a void, but also a complex architectural structure. When the first passage was opened, researchers realized they were dealing with a structure rivaling in scale and complexity the world's most enigmatic underground structures. The Terhan vaults are a network of enormous chambers connected by long corridors that extend in various directions. Some chambers reach 20 meters in height, and the ceilings are domed, reminiscent of the vault of heaven. The surface of the domes is so polished that, in the light of a lantern, it reflects the rays with a soft, almost pearlescent glow. The vaults are made of a dense mineral similar to white quartzite, but containing veins of unknown composition. These veins glow in the dark with a faint bluish tint, but only at certain times of the day, and this remains one of the most bizarre phenomena of the complex. The halls themselves are designed as if they were created to amplify sound or light. In some places, the walls appear to be assembled from gigantic slabs, fitted with such precision that it's impossible to insert even a blade between them. However, analysis has shown that these are not slabs, but solid rock, seamless. It seems as if the builders shaped the surface immediately after completion, using a method unavailable to modern technology. The only explanation scientifically acceptable is the use of molten material followed by controlled cooling. But this is merely a hypothesis. The acoustics of the vaults are particularly noteworthy. In some halls, sound propagates unusually. A quiet whisper can be heard tens of meters away, while a loud voice echoes dully, as if absorbed by the walls. In other places, the echo turns into multiple reflections, creating the effect of voices, as if the space were responding to the listener. These acoustic characteristics are no coincidence. They are repeated in different halls depending on their shape and the height of the domes. Perhaps the builders possessed a level of understanding of the interaction of sound and architecture unattainable today. Some halls feature unusual ceiling surfaces, thin shelves protruding from the walls. They are arranged strictly symmetrically, but are too narrow to accommodate objects. Researchers suggest that these structures may have acted as reflectors of sound waves, creating a unique acoustic pattern. However, others believe that these elements functioned through light. At a certain angle, sunlight penetrating through the narrow shafts reflects off these shelves, creating a network of light lines. The shafts are another mystery of the complex. They rise to the surface with perfectly smooth walls, but have no opening. Their purpose remains unclear. Perhaps they served for ventilation or lighting, but the lack of a direct exit casts doubt on such theories. Some shafts have a stepped structure, reminiscent of giant vertical organ pipes. When wind passes through them, a deep, drawn-out hum is heard, as if the vaults were singing. This sound can last for several hours, gradually changing pitch. But the most striking phenomenon of Terhan remains the light. On certain nights, the vaults suddenly begin to glow with a soft blue or white light. This glow is dim, but strong enough to discern the contours of the chambers without external light. Researchers attribute this effect to minerals contained in the veins of the rocks. However, why they glow only at certain times remains unknown. Some believe the glow is related to changes in the Earth's magnetic field or the accumulation of energy within the vaults. A circular platform approximately 15 meters in diameter was discovered in one of the largest halls. The slab it is composed of has a structure distinct from the rest of the rock. It resembles mica layers but is not stratified. The surface of the slab is covered with subtle geometric lines. Acoustic testing revealed that the slab resonates at specific frequencies, amplifying sounds similar to low vibrations. It is possible that it served as part of a massive mechanism or was the center of ritual activity. The passages between the halls are also unique. Some corridors are so narrow that they can only be navigated by bending over. Others are wide but have strange curves, as if following lines invisible to the eye. In certain places, the corridors widen, forming pockets where the sound changes, acquiring a whispering quality. These pockets are called whispering rooms, and their function remains unknown. Perhaps they served as places for individual rituals or meditation. An interesting phenomenon was discovered in the lower levels of the complex. Some of the vaults there are lower, but the surface of their walls is covered with protrusions resembling waves. These waves form patterns that, when illuminated, appear to move. This is not an optical illusion. Cameras record a slight flickering of light. It's possible that the patterns reflect an external source of vibration, for example, the movement of groundwater or tectonic processes. However, a definitive explanation is still lacking. The most enigmatic feature of the complex is the Hall of Emptiness, a vast, almost perfectly spherical chamber. Upon entering, one feels a strong pressure, as if the air were becoming denser. Sound disappears instantly, even though the walls appear identical to those in other chambers. Researchers speculate that the walls of this chamber contain hidden cavities capable of absorbing sound. However, attempts to scan the stone have been unsuccessful. The instruments reveal a monolith. Local legends claimed that the Terhan vaults were the creation of people of light who could manipulate stone and air. Elders recounted how the vaults were used to communicate with the earth and sky, like a gigantic instrument linking the elements. Today, these legends sound like metaphors, but many researchers believe the vaults may have actually served as instruments, possibly for studying natural processes, from earth vibrations to the properties of light and sound. The underground vaults of Terhan remain one of the most impressive examples of ancient engineering. They did not serve as fortifications, nor were they a place for habitation or storage. Rather, they were a scientific and ritual complex where sound, light, and form created conditions for observation and interaction, the meaning of which we can only guess at. It seems that the vaults of Terhan had a life of their own, and continue to do so to this day, responding to the changing world around them. Raumi Stone Circle. The Raumi Stone Circle is located on a high, windswept plateau where snow falls in sparse layers in winter and the ground is cracked in summer. From above, the circle appears to be an ordinary megalithic complex, several dozen stone pillars forming a nearly perfect circle. But research has shown that Raumi is unlike any known megalith. Its origin, structure, and acoustic properties go far beyond archaeological understanding. Each pillar of the circle is a monolith approximately 4 meters high, just over a meter wide, and deeply buried in the ground. However, analysis of the base of one of the pillars, accidentally exposed after a collapse, revealed that it extends downwards for another 10 meters. This means that the pillars are not simply buried, they are part of a single underground structure. The shape of their lower parts resembles roots or anchors that keep the entire complex in balance. This design suggests that the builders understood the geology of the region and designed the circle with seismic vibrations in mind. The pillars are composed of a dense granitoid rock, but with an unusually high quartz content. This quartz is unevenly distributed, forming wavy layers that, under certain lighting, appear as luminous threads. Some researchers believe these threads may have acted as natural light pipes reflecting sunlight within the stone. But even stranger is the fact that the threads are arranged uniformly throughout the pillars, as if the builders deliberately oriented the minerals. The first thing visitors to the circle notice is an unusual sense of silence. Despite the open space, the wind here sounds different. It doesn't whistle, but rather seems muffled, breaking into soft vibrations. Researchers have discovered that the pillars are positioned to create interference zones for the wind, forcing air currents to move around the circle. This effect is so precise that at a certain wind speed, a standing wave appears within the circle, a stable air pattern, barely visible to the eye, but distinctly felt by the skin. But the main mystery of Raumi is sound. If you stand precisely in the center of the circle and pronounce a word, it returns as 3 or 4 reflections. If you strike the surface of any pillar, the entire structure begins to vibrate, creating a deep hum. This hum is not simply audible, it is felt throughout the body. Spectrograms show that the vibrations combine low and high frequencies in a harmonic relationship typically found only in musical instruments. But the Raumi circle is a gigantic instrument with a radius exceeding 20 meters. Each pillar has its own resonant frequencies, and when struck in a certain sequence, they create a complex sound pattern. Some researchers speculate that the circle may have been used for ritual chants or sound tests. But then it became clear that the structure has the ability to amplify certain vibrations in the ground. At lower frequencies, the circle acts like a giant seismograph. The pillars begin to vibrate even with weak tectonic movements imperceptible to humans. This has led to the hypothesis that Raumi may have been an ancient system for monitoring Earth processes. No less astonishing is the behavior of light. At dawn and dusk, sunbeams pass through the gaps between the pillars, creating patterns on the ground resembling a network of lines. These lines converge at the center of the circle, forming a complex geometric figure. The shape of the figure changes depending on the season. Some patterns align with the positions of the sun on the equinoxes and solstices, indicating the complex's astronomical purpose. But other patterns do not correspond to known celestial cycles, and their meaning remains a mystery. The most bizarre discovery was the discovery of an underground chamber beneath the circle. Seismic surveys revealed a nearly perfect spherical cavity, approximately 6 meters in diameter, beneath the center. It is separated from the surface by just 3 meters of rock, but has no entrance or shaft. It appears the chamber was created not by excavation, but by altering the rock structure. Weak vibrations are detected within it, which coincide with magnetic fluctuations in the region. This suggests the chamber may have served as a resonator, linked to both sound and the Earth's magnetic field. One of the most intriguing hypotheses suggests that the Raumi circle was part of the region's energy belt, a network of points that responded to changes in the Earth's crust, air, and magnetic field. The pillars could have served as energy converters, vibrational, acoustic, or electromagnetic. But this remains only a hypothesis as the exact mechanism is unknown. Local legends say the circle was a gathering place of voices. People believed they could hear the song of the earth if they stood in the center during a full moon. Some modern researchers have indeed recorded faint, low-frequency vibrations on such nights. These vibrations don't match tectonic noise. Their frequency is too consistent, as if emanating from a specific source. There are also stories of the circle's ability to influence perception. Some people claim to feel a shift in time while inside. Minutes seemed longer, thoughts slowed down, or conversely, sped up. Psychologists attribute this to the influence of sound waves and wind, but the coincidences are too numerous to attribute it to subjective sensations. Some researchers believe that the Raumi circle was created not by a single generation, but by many generations of craftsmen, each adding elements or adjusting the position of the pillars. This explains the incredible precision of the orientation. But the question remains, how did the ancient craftsmen verify the correct placement of the pillars and their effect on sound and light without modern equipment? The Raumi stone circle remains one of the most enigmatic architectural objects. It combines knowledge of acoustics, geology, astronomy, and perhaps energy, at a level unattained by any known ancient culture in the region. It is not a sanctuary, calendar, or instrument in the conventional sense. Rather, it is a multi-layered mechanism that operates with natural forces, rhythms, and vibrations. And the more we learn about it, the stronger the sense that Raumi continues to function, as if it were not a finished structure, but part of a greater design hidden underground. Rock wells of Chavri. The Chavri rock wells are located in a remote gorge where sheer walls rise hundreds of meters and sunlight reaches the bottom for only a few hours a day. At first glance, they appear to be ordinary natural depressions formed by time and water. But research has shown that none of the 27 wells are natural. Each is a perfectly cylindrical shaft extending deep into the cliff, and each exhibits anomalous properties that cannot be explained by the region's geological processes. The geometry of the wells is their first mystery. The diameter of all the shafts is exactly the same, exactly 2 meters. But the depth varies from 80 centimeters to 53 meters. This discrepancy suggests that the wells were not built for water storage or ventilation. The interior walls are so smooth that they resemble polished stoneware. Touching them feels cool and a strange resistance, as if the surface slightly repels your palm. Instruments have shown that the sound reflection coefficient inside these walls is unusually high, but the sound is unstable. If you drop a stone into any of the shafts, the sound of its fall is often completely silent. In some shafts, however, the impact is so loud that it seems as if there's an empty chamber or other cavity below. However, attempts to lower cameras or sensors into the shaft yield strange results. The equipment shuts down at a depth of approximately 15 meters, as if there's electromagnetic interference. In several cases, the cables experienced a brief tension, as if something were moving inside. However, surface observations revealed nothing but emptiness. The acoustics of the wells attracted particular attention from researchers. In some shafts, voices are reflected by multiple echoes, each with a different timbre, as if the sound were passing through filters. In one shaft, a double voice phenomenon was observed. If you speak softly, the sound is reflected back exactly 1 second later, but with a distortion reminiscent of a whisper. However, if you speak loudly, the reflection disappears completely. This effect is unstable. It disappears at certain humidity levels or with changes in air temperature. Local legends say the Chavri wells were the eyes of the earth. Elders believed that through them one could hear the voices of ancestors or glimpse past events. Some tales say the wells came alive at night, emitting a faint blue glow. Expedition participants did indeed observe a flickering light in several shafts, faint, barely noticeable, but real. Analysis revealed that the glow emanated neither from the walls nor from the air. It appeared in the void as if ignited of its own accord and vanished just as suddenly. The strange light phenomena are complemented by temperature anomalies. Some shafts remain surprisingly cold even on the hottest day. Others, on the contrary, are warm, as if there were a heat source beneath them. But geological maps show no magmatic activity or hot groundwater. The temperature in the shafts varies depending on the phase of the moon, a fact that remains unexplained even by modern geophysics. Horizontal cracks were discovered in some wells, which, upon closer examination, turned out not to be cracks, but narrow passages leading off to the side. These passages are too small for a human to enter, but air movement is observed within them, regular and cyclical, as if someone were breathing. These may be ventilation ducts, but their geometry does not correspond to natural forms. When attempting to scan the rock structure around the ducts, instruments detected irregularly shaped voids like a network of tiny chambers. One of the most disturbing discoveries was the pulse phenomenon. If you place your hand on the edge of some wells, you can feel a barely perceptible vibration, similar to a heartbeat. This is not related to seismic vibrations. The vibrations are recorded only by specific sensors positioned vertically above the center of the shaft. In other wells, the vibrations are felt only at night, and their frequency varies, as if the well is reacting to external factors. Of greatest interest is the well, which the researchers have dubbed Main. It is approximately 40 meters deep, but at the 30th meter, an expansion resembling a circular chamber was discovered. Instruments inside it recorded a faint sound, a low hum, similar to the vibrations of a huge mechanism. However, the source of the sound could not be found. Lines forming a spiral pattern are visible on the walls of the chamber. It is not carved, it seems to grow from the rock's very structure. The spiral has an unusual property. It reflects light in such a way that its pattern appears to move. Some researchers suggest that the Chavry wells were part of an ancient geophysical system. They could have been used to monitor groundwater movement, tectonic processes, or electromagnetic phenomena. However, the precision of their geometry and sound behavior point to a more complex function. Perhaps they were a gigantic instrument, working with vibrations of the earth and air. However, the lack of any written or material traces of the culture that created them makes any hypothesis speculative. It's also possible that the wells had ritual or ceremonial significance. Legends say that priests descended to the edge of the shafts and listened to the earth for omens. Perhaps the sounds propagating through the network of channels and chambers created special acoustic effects perceived as the voices of spirits. But even if this is true, the question remains: who created such a complex system, surpassing the engineering knowledge of most ancient civilizations? The most astonishing thing is that the wells continue to function. Temperature fluctuations, acoustic effects, and vibrations all indicate that the system has not been destroyed by time. It works, although its purpose remains a mystery. Some expedition participants reported strange sensations, dizziness, a change in time perception, and pressure in the ears. These effects may be related to low-frequency vibrations that affect the human vestibular system, but their exact nature remains unknown. Today, the Chavry rock wells are one of the most enigmatic systems, where sound, light, air, and energy intertwine. These are not simply vertical tunnels, nor elements of a water collection structure, nor ritual shafts. Rather, they are part of an ancient mechanism that operates with invisible forces that we are only beginning to understand. The Chavry wells are a glimpse into the past, where ancient craftsmen sought to hear the voice of the earth, and perhaps it still speaks. The Dark Chambers of Khadra. The Dark Chambers of Khadra are located in one of the harshest mountain regions, where rock masses rise like giant bastions, and narrow gorges cut through the earth like deep wounds. For a long time, it was believed that these mountains contained nothing but chaotic cracks and natural cavities. But the discovery of the chambers was a sensation. A research team studying magnetic anomalies discovered a series of voids located at different levels and connected by a system of passages. The first descents revealed that before them lay a complex of artificial origin. The Khadra chambers got their name from the near-total darkness that reigns within. Even the most powerful flashlights produce a weak light that dissipates, as if absorbed by the air. This phenomenon remains a mystery. Atmospheric analysis revealed no increased concentration of particles capable of scattering light. The walls are not completely opaque. On the contrary, they exhibit a faint metallic sheen under bright light. But why the light dies at a short distance remains unclear. Perhaps the chambers were constructed using an unknown material or coating. The main chamber of the complex is shaped like an irregular oval, elongated in a northeasterly direction. Its dimensions are astonishing, approximately 40 meters long and over 20 meters high. In the center is a smooth, rounded platform, reminiscent of a foundation or platform. This platform has a strange property. It absorbs vibrations. If you strike it with a stone, the sound disappears instantly. Instrumentation has shown that the material of the platform has an unusual internal structure that distributes the impact energy across the entire surface. A key feature of the chambers is the phenomenon of floating sound. At certain points in the chamber, any sound begins to move, reflecting not off the walls, but as if passing through the air, changing direction. If a word is spoken, it returns not from the expected location, but as if from a point somewhere in the center of the void. This creates the eerie effect of the presence of an invisible being repeating the sound. Researchers call this phenomenon sound displacement, although the mechanism remains unclear. The walls of Khadra's chambers are composed of dense volcanic rock, but inclusions of an unknown mineral have been found within them. This mineral has the ability to emit a faint phosphorescent glow under certain conditions, but inside the chambers it glows only occasionally and very faintly. The mineral is not randomly distributed. It forms patterns resembling intertwined lines. These lines intersect, converge, and diverge, forming a network that some researchers compare to ancient energy diagrams or stellar motion patterns. However, no explanation for their meaning is available. The system of passages between the chambers is also intriguing. The corridors are narrow, curved, sometimes almost vertical. Some are so dark that one becomes disoriented, even with light. Due to the strange behavior of reflected light, the corridors seem endless, although their length rarely exceeds 20 meters. Several researchers have complained of the sensation that the walls are approaching or moving. Psychologists attribute this to sensory overload caused by the unfamiliar acoustics and lighting. However, camera recordings record faint vibrations occurring in specific rhythms, as if the rock itself were breathing. One of the strangest parts of the complex is the echo room, though the name is misleading. This chamber doesn't produce a full echo. Instead, any sound returns muted, but with an additional tone, low and drawn out, as if a second space existed deep within the chamber. Spectrograms show that this additional tone isn't a product of reflections. It has a stable frequency, sometimes coinciding with vibrations in the Earth's crust. It's possible the echo room served as an ancient instrument for monitoring seismic activity, but the device's origin remains unclear. The phenomenon of shadow figures is particularly intriguing. Several expeditions have reported seeing vague, human-like silhouettes at the boundary of light and darkness. They don't move or change shape, but they disappear when approached. Although scientists tend to attribute this to a play of light and perception, cameras record brief darkening at the floor and wall level that doesn't coincide with the participants' movements. The appearance of these shadows is often accompanied by a change in acoustics, as if the space is reacting to their presence. But the most inexplicable phenomenon remains the striped light. In some chambers, thin vertical bands of light appear out of nowhere, as if thin beams were piercing the darkness. They last from a few seconds to a minute and disappear instantly. No source of the light can be detected. Spectral analysis has shown that these bands consist of a narrow range of frequencies, similar to daylight, but without infrared or ultraviolet components. Some believe the light is caused by the interaction of an unknown mineral with magnetic fields, but there is no evidence to support this. The complex's lowest level contains the most enigmatic chamber, the Well of Khadra. It is a circular depression in the floor, approximately 8 meters in diameter. Its depth is unknown. Instruments lose signal at the 60-meter mark. Low vibrations, similar to a distant rumble, can be heard within the well. Occasionally, the well emits short pulses of sound, reminiscent of distant thunder. These pulses occur irregularly, sometimes once a day, sometimes once a month. Some scientists believe the well is connected to deep processes in the Earth's interior, possibly recording changes in pressure. However, geological data does not support this. If you place your hand on the edge of the well, you can feel a pulsating warmth, even though the air temperature remains low. This warmth is uneven. It moves in a circular motion, as if something massive were spinning beneath. Some legends say that the Khadra chambers guard the hot heart of the Earth. It's possible that the well is indeed connected to deep currents, but a definitive explanation remains elusive. The psychological effects of being in the chambers are also of interest. Many expedition participants noted a distorted perception of time. Minutes seemed longer, hours shorter. Some described feeling as if they were hearing their own voices, even though they were silent. Others felt chest pressure or slight dizziness. These effects may be caused by low-frequency sounds or ventilation issues, but how exactly they occur is unknown. Today, the dark chambers of Khadra are one of the most poorly studied and bizarre underground systems. All their properties, light absorption, sound modification, vibrations, heat, shadow formation, suggest that they are not natural formations. The chambers resemble a gigantic device that interacts with the energy of the Earth and light. Perhaps they once served ancient masters for observation, rituals, or experiments. But the purpose of the complex remains a mystery that science has yet to unravel. It seems as if the chambers themselves are waiting for the right moment to reveal their secret, or someone who can hear their voice. Olrum Cave Sector. The Olrum Cave Sector extends beneath a 3-kilometer-long limestone ridge, whose gray slopes concealed traces of a long-vanished culture for centuries. Locals knew of the existence of individual grottos, but no one suspected that an entire sector lay hidden beneath the surface, a network of interconnected halls, galleries, and vertical passages united into a coherent architectural structure. Its discovery occurred by chance, when a group of explorers discovered a narrow passage leading not to an ordinary cave, but to a space where form, sound, and light formed a unified language, unlike any known to modern science. The first impression upon entering is one of strange orderliness. Although the structure of the sector resembles natural karst cavities, the details tell a different story. The walls of many halls are not simply smooth, they are polished as if they had been exposed to prolonged flow and not just water. In some areas, the surface resembles a glassy layer, which requires temperatures unattainable by natural processes. But the rock shows no signs of melting or soot. It seems as if the stone was reshaped without being destroyed, as if the builders could have manipulated the rock in ways we might imagine. Olrum's main hall is striking in its scale. Its vault soars over 30 meters, and the walls recede so far into the depths that the light from the lanterns is lost. The hall's dome is covered with patterns resembling spirals, waves, and intersecting arcs. These patterns aren't carved into the rock, they're embedded within it, as if the stone itself had fused in the desired direction. Some researchers theorize that the patterns are related to acoustics. In the center of the hall, any word is transformed into a soft vibration, spreading along the walls as if along the strings of a gigantic instrument. The vault of the hall contains several openings leading into narrow vertical shafts. Instruments have shown that these shafts are of exactly the same width and almost perfectly cylindrical. They do not lead to the outside, but air circulates within them with remarkable regularity. Scientific analysis has revealed a strange fact. The air movement coincides with the phases of the lunar cycle. During the full moon, the air flow intensifies. During the new moon, it almost disappears. This breathing of the sector has led researchers to believe that the system functions as a natural pressure regulator, but no one has seen the mechanism. The sector's second level consists of long corridors, some of which are so smooth they resemble tunnels created with modern instruments. Their walls are aligned with such precision that laser measurements have revealed deviations of no more than 1 centimeter per 20 meters. However, the corridors are not straight. They curve, but always at an angle that aligns with the region's geomagnetic field. Some scientists claim that the builders deliberately oriented the corridors to resonate with the Earth's magnetic fluxes, although there is no evidence to support this. When moving through the corridors, a strange rustling sound is heard, as if the air were vibrating with footsteps. However, the source of this sound has never been identified. It only occurs during movement, disappearing instantly when stopping. Expeditions call this a space response. The sound may be a result of the walls interacting with air vibrations, but the frequency of the rustling does not correspond to normal acoustic resonances. Some researchers believe the corridors function as a kind of sensor responding to the presence of a living organism. The third level contains small chambers, round, square, and polygonal. Each chamber, however, has unique acoustics. In one, sound disappears completely. In another, it is amplified and distorted. In a third, it transforms into a polyphonic echo. Characteristically, the parameters of the chambers are clearly correlated. The more complex the shape, the more unusual the acoustic response. Perhaps these chambers were used for rituals involving sound, or as part of a system that reads Earth vibrations. The most enigmatic element of the sector is the Nick chamber, named after the explorer who first discovered it. The chamber is an oval cavity, the walls of which are covered with fine vertical lines. These lines appear to have been drawn with a tool, but under high magnification, they are visible. They are composed of microscopic crystalline inclusions, growing in a precisely defined direction. The chamber has a strange property. Sound within it is not reflected, but condensed into short, hoarse, click-like pulses. Some believe the chamber served as a kind of filter, breaking the sound into its components. But the truly astonishing phenomenon is the light phenomenon in the Olram sector. In some chambers, a soft glow appears in the complete absence of external light. It's unstable, but sufficient to discern the walls. Spectral analysis revealed that the glow lies in a narrow range of green-blue wavelengths. It is not associated with bioluminescence or phosphorescence. The most likely hypothesis is a piezoelectric effect caused by the compression of crystals. But what causes this compression deep within the underground complex is unknown. Local legends say that beneath Olram lies a place where stones dream. Stories claim that in complete silence, one can hear the caves whispering and even see silhouettes emerging at the boundary of light and shadow. Expeditions recorded faint flashes of light and vague shapes on cameras, but attributed these to dust particles and defects in the optics. However, coincidences are all too common. The flashes occur in the same spots in space. In one of the lower chambers, a phenomenon was discovered that researchers dubbed reverse shadow. If a person passes through the chamber, their shadow appears not behind them, but in front of them, faint, blurred, as if reflected from an invisible surface. Instruments recorded that at these points the space slightly distorts the direction of light. But why is unclear. Perhaps the rock structure contains elements that alter the angle of refraction. The most disturbing discovery concerns the final level, accessible only through a narrow tunnel. It contains a huge vertical shaft extending more than 100 meters down. Traces of mining are visible on the shaft walls, even spiraling grooves. These traces appear as if someone or something has been rotating, drilling through the rock from top to bottom. A low hum can be heard at the bottom of the shaft, unlike any natural source. It appears to be residual resonance, a vibration that continues even after the external influence has ceased. Some researchers hypothesize that the Olram sector is part of an ancient energy system. Perhaps the shaft was used to transmit vibrations and the upper levels to distribute or analyze them. But others believe the complex had ritual significance, where sound, light, and movement became tools for interacting with unknown forces. The Olram cave sector remains a mystery. It combines elements of natural and artificial origin, demonstrating a technological level we wouldn't expect from the region's ancient cultures. Its vaults, chambers, corridors, and shafts appear not as a random assortment, but as a carefully calibrated system. Each part manipulates matter and energy according to principles we are only just beginning to understand. Olram seems to have been created to observe or participate in the invisible rhythms of the world. Stone pillars of Tulavia. The Tulawiya stone pillars are located on an ancient plateau that rises above the valley like a frozen wave. The surrounding terrain appears ordinary: sparse shrubs, dry streams, and traces of old scree. But in the center of the plateau lies a complex of striking geometric precision. Dozens of vertical stone pillars stretch in straight rows, forming a unique forest, but so orderly that it becomes clear that this is not a random jumble, but a carefully planned structure. Each pillar is a monolith carved from a dense gray stone, similar to granite, but containing an unusual admixture of a green mineral reminiscent of serpentine. This mineral forms fine veins that sparkle when hit by light, creating the impression of an internal glow. The pillars range in height from 3 to 6 meters and their width from 80 centimeters to 1.5 meters. But the most striking feature is their arrangement. All the pillars are arranged in a strict grid, forming rectangles and parallel lines that repeat with perfect symmetry. Upon examination of the complex, it becomes clear that the pillars are not simply set into the ground. Their bases extend underground, sometimes more than 4 meters. Beneath the surface, the pillars widen, forming cone-shaped anchors that hold them upright. This technique would have allowed them to withstand even strong tremors. Some geologists believe the pillars were designed with the region's seismic activity in mind, but all indications are that the complex's purpose far exceeds that of simple fortification. Acoustic experiments were the first real breakthrough. It was observed that if one pillar is struck, the vibration is transmitted to the neighboring pillars. But not chaotically, it moves in a clearly defined direction, forming a series of waves. These waves propagate throughout the complex as if through a giant matrix. Instruments record that each pillar has its own resonant frequency, but all frequencies fit within a single harmonic range. This phenomenon cannot be explained by natural chance. It suggests that the pillars were designed to ensure inter-object vibrational coupling. Even more astonishing was the standing wave effect. If several pillars are struck simultaneously, a faint, barely perceptible vibration of air begins to emerge in the center of the complex. It can be felt on the skin as pressure or tingling. There is no sound, only vibration. Some researchers speculate that the complex served as a gigantic instrument for processing sound waves or measuring ground vibrations. It may have functioned like a modern seismograph, but based on physical principles that remain unclear. But sound is just the beginning. When researchers began studying the complex's lighting, a new mystery emerged. At certain sun positions, especially at dawn and dusk, the shadows of the pillars form lines intersecting at points tens of meters away from the complex. These points coincide with locations where geomagnetic instruments record unusual bursts of activity. It's possible the pillars were used as a tool for visualizing magnetic fluxes, but this coincidence requires further investigation. However, the strangest phenomenon is associated with the night sky. On a clear, cloudless night, A faint silvery glow, resembling a thin haze, can be seen between the pillars. This glow forms horizontal bands of faint light that disappear with the slightest movement of air. Analysis has shown that the glow is not bioluminescence, but rather occurs as a result of light reflecting off microscopic crystals contained within the veins of the stone. But why the glow only appears at night is unclear. Perhaps the stone absorbs solar energy and then slowly releases it. The Tulaviya pillars also exhibit other anomalous properties. Some of them emit faint sounds, deep, almost inaudible tones. These sounds occur spontaneously, sometimes at night, sometimes during sudden temperature changes. On a spectrogram, the frequencies appear as stable sine waves. The origin of these oscillations is a mystery. Perhaps they are caused by thermal expansion of the stone or the movement of underground strata. But the frequencies are too precise and repeat with astonishing regularity, making a natural explanation questionable. During excavations, strange depressions, craters about a meter in diameter, were discovered between the pillars. They are located precisely in the center of squares formed by 4 adjacent pillars. The craters are up to 1.5 meters deep, and their walls are lined with stone slabs, perfectly fitted together. Remnants of a material resembling baked clay, but mixed with unknown metals, were found inside some of the craters. Researchers believe these may have been foundations for additional structures, possibly wooden or metal, long since vanished. The most disturbing aspect of the complex is the phenomenon of reverse vibration. If a person remains between certain supports for a long time, they begin to feel a slight pressure in the head or chest. The devices detect low-frequency vibrations emanating from the supports, but not in sync, with a microsecond delay. This discrepancy creates a beating effect, a combination of frequencies that can affect perception. Some expedition participants described a feeling as if space were compressing around them. Others reported that the sound of their own breathing began to seem louder or quieter. The geometric properties of the complex are no less strange. If you plot a line between the tops of the pillars in each row, you'll get a grid that exactly matches a drawing found in an ancient settlement located 50 kilometers away. The drawing depicts an unknown symbol, a square within which is a diamond-shaped figure with radiating lines. It resembles a diagram, but its meaning is unknown. Perhaps the Tulaviya pillars were part of a much larger system, linking several objects into a single whole. At the center of the complex is a circle of 12 pillars, distinct from the others. They are taller, thinner, and made of stone with a high content of green mineral. Standing in the center of the circle and pronouncing a medium-frequency sound produces an unusual acoustic effect. The sound not only reflects, but also rises upward, transforming into a subtle vibrational wave. Instruments show that the pillars act as directional resonators, concentrating vibrations in a vertical direction. This may indicate the complex's involvement in rituals related to the sky or atmospheric phenomena. Some researchers believe the center of the circle may have been a site for certain tests or observations. It may have been an ancient observatory instrument using sound and light instead of mechanics. But there's no written evidence for this, only subtle architectural traces that we have yet to decipher. The most mysterious discovery was made during nighttime observations. In one of the craters, instruments detected a weak electromagnetic pulse, occurring with a precise frequency of every 43 minutes. This pulse was not associated with any technical devices or natural sources. Upon attempting to amplify the signal, it was discovered that it was emanating from deep beneath the complex. It's possible that another level lies beneath Tulaviya, a hidden structure that interacts with the struts like antennas. The stone pillars of Tulaviya are more than just an archaeological site. They are a complex system where light, sound, vibrations, and geometry create a multidimensional language, understandable only to those who understand its foundations. The complex resembles an instrument of measurement, communication, or ritual. It lives responding to wind, light, and the movements of the earth. And the more closely we listen, the stronger the sense that the pillars of Teulavia continue to perform their work, a work we are not yet able to understand. The Lost Hall of Kushara. The Lost Hall of Khoshari is hidden in the depths of an ancient mountain range where brittle shale intersects with layers of dense, marble-like limestone. Locals avoided the area for centuries, claiming that the mountain doesn't sound right there. An official expedition was launched only after a series of geophysical reports documenting strange subsurface resonances. It was assumed that a void existed underground, but what the researchers discovered was not just a cavity. It was a space where the natural and the artificial are so closely intertwined that the boundary between them disappears. The Khoshara Hall opens after a narrow, almost vertical passage leading down more than 40 meters. The first thing one senses as they descend is incredible silence. Even breathing sounds muffled, as if the air were filled with a soft, dense substance. As the space begins to open up, the eyes remain disoriented. The darkness here has a distinct quality. It is not smooth, but seemingly multi-layered, like smoke that doesn't dissipate but absorbs light. Only after a while does the shape of the hall become apparent. It is enormous, stretching almost 80 meters in length, and the height of its central section exceeds 15. The walls of the hall are unusual. They are neither smooth nor chaotically broken. At first glance, their surface appears to be composed of projections and depressions, but when illuminated from the side, a structure emerges, a geometric relief constructed using repeating polygonal cells. These cells vary in size but not in shape. They are all united by a strict fractal-like geometry. Some researchers call this pattern stone fabric because the surface appears to be woven from planes that change direction at minimal angles. It is unclear whether the pattern was created by hand or whether the builders somehow manipulated natural forces, shaping the stone differently than it naturally occurs. The acoustics of the Khoshari Hall are its greatest mystery. Any sound emitted within behaves as if it were alive. If you clap your hands, the echo doesn't appear immediately, but after a split second, as if the sound passes through an invisible filter. Then it returns soft and warm, like a human voice in a vast cathedral. But if you utter a sustained note, the space responds with multiple reflections arranged in height. These reflections form vertical soundtracks, which researchers compare to the musical registers of an organ. It seems the hall is capable of separating frequencies and directing them along different trajectories. In several remote niches, a phenomenon has been recorded that experts have dubbed floating voice. When a person speaks quietly, the sound seems to shift, first to the side, then upward, then back again with a time shift. Microphones record this effect as a complex interference pattern, but it has not yet been explained by the geometry of the auditorium. The niche in which the phenomenon occurs is visually indistinguishable from the others. The central part of the hall is occupied by a strange structure, a circular platform approximately 6 meters in diameter. It is barely raised above the floor and has a perfectly smooth surface, reminiscent of polished stone. At the slightest touch, the platform vibrates as if an empty space were hidden beneath. However, ground-penetrating radar revealed that the platform is composed of solid rock. How an object can vibrate while remaining part of a monolith remains a mystery. Above the platform stands the hall's focal point, a huge stone protrusion shaped like an irregular dome. Its surface is covered with lines resembling engravings, but upon closer inspection, these lines are revealed to be microscopic cuts cut into the stone. The cuts form a pattern reminiscent of a map of air or sound movement. Some engineers have theorized that the dome is a giant resonator capable of modulating sound and directing it to the desired location within the hall. But this begs the question, who could have created such a structure and for what purpose? One of the most frightening phenomena is reverse silence. In some places, a person suddenly loses the ability to hear their own footsteps. Even if they stomp or speak, it feels as if the sound is trapped inside their head. However, microphones record the sound normally. Psychologists attribute this to the peculiarities of perception in unusual acoustics, but many researchers believe it is a consequence of the direct impact of the spatial structure on sensory abilities. The behavior of the light in the center of the hall is particularly interesting. If you place a light source on the platform, the rays begin to bend. They don't form a normal cone, but seem to expand, creating a wide area of light. This effect is only visible in the center, near the platform. At floor level, there's almost no light left, but narrow stripes of illumination appear under the dome, resembling light corridors. Physicists believe this is the result of reflection from the multi-layered structure of the walls, but there's no clear explanation. Slightly east of the platform, a narrow crack was discovered, leading to a side gallery. This gallery appears ordinary, but after 20 meters, it transforms into a tunnel, the walls of which are covered with fine, colored veins. In daylight, the veins appear golden, but in the dark, they emit a faint amber glow. This glow requires long exposures to be captured. The eye only detects it upon adaptation. The veins are arranged in a regular pattern, resembling ancient writing. However, no language resembling these symbols exists in the archaeological tradition of the region. At the end of the tunnel is a small chamber, entered by a rounded opening, so smooth it looks as if it's been melted. Inside the chamber is nothing but a vertical wall with a semicircular depression. But this depression has a strange property. If you stand in front of it and speak, the sound disappears completely. If you speak quietly, however, the sound returns, but as if from within the wall. It's as if the depression acts as an acoustic mirror, reversing the direction of the wave. At the far end of the Koshara Hall lies another feature, a deep pit, which researchers call the Dark Well. Instruments have shown that it extends 80 meters down, but the lower portion is blocked by rock debris. A rumble, similar to a distant roar, is occasionally heard from the well. It is irregular and does not correspond to either groundwater or tectonic movements. Some geophysicists have suggested the presence of voids beyond the hall. Perhaps the entire Koshara Hall is part of a much larger complex, hidden deeper. Local legends say that Koshara is the place where stones hear. Ancient priests claimed that one could hear the breath of the world in this space if one stood still and made no sound. Indeed, many researchers report a strange sensation of the presence of something living hidden behind the thickness of the stone. Distortions of sound, air pressure, and light all create the impression that the hall operates like a mechanism. It senses, reacts, and resonates. Some believe the Koshara Hall was an ancient observation center, perhaps connected to geophysical processes or astronomical cycles. Others believe it served as a ritual site where sound, light, and form interacted with humans in a unique way. Another hypothesis is that the Koshara was a device designed to enhance perception, altering the consciousness of those within it. Only one thing is clear: the hall was not created by chance or by nature. Its complexity, acoustic subtlety, geometric precision, and ability to manipulate sound and light speak of knowledge inaccessible to most ancient cultures. The Lost Hall of Koshara remains one of the continent's most enigmatic structures, and each new expedition only adds to the mysteries. Perhaps we understand only a small part of it, and the true function of Koshara awaits a researcher capable of grasping its essence. Ritual Corridors of Elgar. The ritual corridors of Elgar are hidden beneath a wide plateau where dry winds have smoothed the Earth's surface for centuries, leaving only sparse traces of ancient settlements. Local legends spoke of passages where steps are silent and a place where the walls remember. But for a long time, these stories were considered fiction. Everything changed when a surveying team discovered anomalous voids beneath a layer of dense rock. The first exploratory excavations revealed a narrow passage leading to a system whose scale and complexity exceeded all expectations. The corridors of Elgar begin with a long, sloping gallery descending into the depths at an angle that seems natural for a cave, but too smooth to be a natural formation. The walls of this gallery are smooth, almost polished, and covered with an unusual layer of mineral deposits, reminiscent of a thin glass film. It feels cool to the touch, but if you place your palm on it for more than a few seconds, you feel a slight vibration, as if the surface were reacting to heat. The first instruments confirm that the vibration is real and has a rhythmic, intermittent character, resembling a faint beat. The hallway's main feature is their structure. They are divided into sections, each with unique acoustic properties. When the researchers first stepped inside, they noticed that footsteps produced virtually no sound. The hallway seemed to absorb any noise. But as they entered the next section, even the quietest sound began to reverberate, transforming into a melodic, polyphonic response. This creates the impression that the walls are filled with a hidden life that echoes back everything heard. The first 200 meters of the corridors are a system of repeating arches, creating a visual rhythm. Each arch is the same width but different heights, giving the corridor a wavy appearance. Some researchers believe this was done deliberately to alter the behavior of sound. Indeed, when passing under a lower arch, the voice becomes muffled, while under a higher one, it acquires an almost ecclesiastical resonance. This characteristic has led to the hypothesis that the corridors were used for ritual chants or meditative practices associated with specific frequencies. But it's not just the sound that behaves strangely. Light entering the corridors also undergoes transformations. In some places, the flashlight beam splits, forming multiple lines bouncing off the walls at unusual angles. This may be due to micropatterns discovered on the surface, thin parallel grooves running at varying angles. These grooves are so small that they are visible only under high magnification and create the effect of a unique optical grid. This likely served to distribute the light, transforming ordinary lighting into a spatial instrument. At the center of the system is a huge circular chamber, the heart of Yelgar. Several corridors converge on it, forming a star-shaped structure. The chamber is over 16 meters high, and the walls are decorated with patterns resembling intertwining waves, splitting and then converging again. These patterns resemble a cross between a current map and a sound diagram. Under certain lighting, the lines appear to move, although the surface is completely still. This may be an optical illusion, but some researchers are certain that the patterns record actual vibrations of the air within the chamber. On the floor of the chamber is a round slab with barely visible concentric lines. But the most astonishing thing is that the slab springs slightly underfoot, as if suspended by invisible supports. When several people stand on the slab at once, a gentle wave passes through it, as if the surface is reacting to the weight. At the same time, instruments detect a faint infrasound emanating from the slabs. It's so low that the human ear can't detect it, but the body feels it, as a gentle pressure on the chest. The chamber creates a phenomenon that researchers have dubbed echoes of the future. If a short word is spoken, the reflection returns not immediately, but after a second, sometimes in an altered form. This is physically impossible, but recordings confirm it. The reflected sound has frequency shifts that do not match the human voice. Some believe this is the result of complex interference in the corridors, but others believe the system was designed to influence consciousness through rare acoustic effects. The system of corridors continues far beyond the central chamber. Further sections seem even stranger. One of them is the mirror passage. Its walls reflect sound so that any noise seems to come from behind, even if the source is directly in front of the person. This disorientates the observer and creates a sense of an invisible presence. Several researchers have described hearing footsteps while moving through this passage that matched their own, but were a fraction of a second off. Microphones record the phenomenon but cannot explain it. The next part of the complex is the wave room. Its walls are formed by giant stone ribs angled at precise angles to the floor. When a person speaks, the sound rises up these ribs, is amplified, and returns as a pure tone. This occurs only at certain frequencies, leading researchers to believe that the ancient builders understood the properties of vibrations and were able to direct them along predetermined trajectories. This room appears to be an instrument, not a musical one, but a ritual one, designed to tune consciousness or perception. At the southern branch of the corridors is a narrow crevice leading to the so-called labyrinth of breath. Here, the air moves on its own, producing a soft hiss that can be heard even in complete silence. It circulates through a complex system of hidden channels, and the entire structure resembles a giant rib cage. It's possible that the Yelgar corridors functioned as a ventilation system, but why it creates such smooth, rhythmic flows is unknown. Some believe this area was used for rituals involving meditation or altering consciousness through breathing. The most mysterious part of Yelgar is the dark niche. It doesn't reflect sound. Absolutely. Any noise upon entering disappears instantly. Even instruments show that there is no response in the niche. This space acts as a perfect sound absorber, a technology unavailable even today. The niche's walls are covered with a material resembling a mixture of basalt and black glass, but its structure is such that it absorbs up to 99% of sound waves. Researchers believe this niche may have been a place of voice removal or a zone of deep rituals of silence, where a person remained alone with their own consciousness. The final section of the complex is a huge underground arch leading to a chasm of unknown depth. The air above the chasm trembles, as if over a hot surface. But the temperature here is low. Sensors detect a faint acoustic pulse emanating from below, regular like a slow pulse. Perhaps another level, more ancient and more complex, is hidden beneath the corridors of Elgar. Local legends claim that the corridors of Elgar were a path of purification, a place where people passed through sound, light, and shadow to hear the world anew. These legends sound metaphorical, but exploring the corridors reveals that their creators truly worked with human perception, influencing hearing, vision, orientation, and balance. The corridors of Elgar remain among the most enigmatic underground structures on the continent. Their acoustic properties, the interaction of light and stone, and their astonishing ability to influence human physiology and perception all suggest that we are not simply witnessing architecture, but a system created with an understanding of laws we are only just beginning to understand. Elgar seems to be tuned to the rhythms of the earth, sound, and breath, and may have been a place where humans learned to hear not the external world, but the inner one. Granite sections of Pardum. The granite sections of Pardum are spread out on a plateau where powerful winds relentlessly smooth away the traces of time. At first glance, it appears to be a chaotic field of massive granite slabs, but the closer you get, the clearer the sense of human design becomes. The slabs don't simply lie side by side, they form a complex system of levels, sections, and passages. Their surfaces are smooth in places, as if polished, while others are covered with geometric indentations that seem to interact with light and sound. Pardum appears like a gigantic puzzle, the logic of which eludes modern understanding. Each granite section is a massive block, ranging from 3 to 8 meters long and up to 2 meters thick. The blocks themselves are separated by narrow channels with smooth, almost wedge-shaped walls. Some channels are only half a meter deep, while others are over 2 meters. The channels follow a strict grid pattern, and the connections between the blocks create a layered effect. Some slabs lie higher than others, forming terraces resembling the steps of a vast amphitheater. Geologists argue that such a structure could not have formed naturally. What's particularly astonishing is the perfect fit of the blocks. At some joints, not even the slightest gap is visible. It appears the creators used a method that allows them to shape granite with millimeter precision. However, no traces of processing were found. No chisels, no saw marks, no blows. The surface of the blocks appears not carved, but shaped, as if the stone could flow into the desired shape. This technology is currently unknown, giving rise to numerous theories about how such precision was achieved. Interestingly, the granite sections, although seemingly inert and motionless, exhibit hidden dynamics. Researchers have discovered that some slabs emit subtle, low-frequency vibrations, so weak that they can only be detected with highly sensitive sensors. These vibrations are more common at night or during periods of abrupt atmospheric changes. They don't coincide with seismic vibrations and appear to originate within the slabs themselves. It's possible that the complex's structure responds to external natural forces, although the mechanism remains a mystery. When researchers began conducting acoustic experiments, it became clear that the system of channels and sections functions like a giant resonator. When one slab is struck, the vibration spreads throughout the structure, creating complex waves that change direction and strength depending on the slab configuration. In some parts of the complex, the vibration intensifies, creating a quiet, barely audible hum, reminiscent of a distant organ. This suggests that the complex may have been used for ritual or ceremonial purposes related to sound. One of the most enigmatic elements of Pardum is the phenomenon of floating shadows. Under certain sun conditions, shadows appear on the surface of the blocks that don't coincide with the shape of the slabs themselves. They seem to emerge out of nowhere, stripes and geometric shapes moving across the surface without any connection to any real objects. Researchers have long attempted to explain this effect through the interaction of light with the microstructure of the stone, but there is no definitive explanation. Some believe the slabs create unique light interference, transforming sunlight into patterns visible only under specific conditions. Another mystery is the temperature anomalies. Some blocks remain surprisingly cold even in the blazing sun, while adjacent slabs heat up faster than usual. Thermal maps reveal distinct zones of constant temperature differences. Perhaps hidden cavities or channels exist beneath the slabs, providing air circulation. But why these zones are so symmetrically arranged remains an open question. At the center of the complex is a huge slab, which researchers call the heart section. It is perfectly circular, approximately 10 meters in diameter, and covered with symbols, not written characters, but patterns resembling concentric circles and radiating waves. This slab possesses an unusual property. Sound emitted from its center is amplified and spreads throughout the entire structure, creating the sensation that all of Pardum begins to breathe. Instruments have recorded that vibrations increase at this moment, as if the slab were activating a hidden system. There's a theory that the slab is an ancient device designed to record or amplify sound waves. It may have been used for long-distance communication or for rituals involving earth vibrations. However, there's no confirmation yet. All experiments show one thing: the cardiac section is the center of a complex resonant system, and any sound triggers a chain of reactions. Above the slab, researchers discovered another unusual feature. At a height of about 2 meters, the air becomes denser than in the rest of the complex. This is felt as a barely noticeable resistance to movement. Instruments record slight changes in humidity and pressure, but this data is insufficient to explain the sensations. Some researchers suggest the existence of a sound space, an area where vibrations are concentrated and influence the physical properties of the air. Another hypothesis is that the granite sections of Pardum were part of an ancient observatory system. Some blocks feature indentations positioned to indicate the positions of celestial bodies during specific periods, equinoxes, solstices, or rare astronomical events. The system may have been used to observe the movements of celestial objects, but using light and vibrations rather than lenses or mirrors. No less strange is the phenomenon of the silent wells, narrow depressions in the slab that completely absorb sound. Speaking over one of these depressions causes the voice to vanish, as if falling into a void. These wells are located in strictly defined areas of the complex, and no one understands their purpose. But it seems to me they could have been part of a control system or a resonance tuning system for the entire complex. Some expedition members claim to have heard strange sounds while among the slabs, a rustling sound similar to breathing, a hum reminiscent of a distant voice. Sometimes these sounds occurred in the complete absence of wind. Psychologists attribute this to the anticipation effect and unusual acoustics, but the fact remains, many sensed the presence of something invisible. The most disturbing phenomenon is called reflected footsteps. Sometimes a person hears their own footsteps, not where they are, but behind, to the side, or even in front. This sensation intensifies in the evening. Devices detect faint reflected pulses, but their source cannot be determined. This may be a result of the complex geometry of the system, which creates acoustic corridors through which sound moves in a way that is convenient for it, rather than as we expect. There's another hypothesis, the most daring. Some researchers believe that Pardum was neither a temple, nor an observatory, nor a ritual site. They argue that it represents an ancient transmission hub, a place where energy, vibrations, and even information were transformed into a form we cannot yet recognize. Perhaps the granite sections interacted not with humans, but with nature, the earth, the atmosphere, and the magnetic field. But so far, no one has found any evidence. Pardum remains silent, though sometimes it seems he's listening. Circles under the hill of Estra. The circles beneath Estra's hill were discovered by chance during archaeological exploration in preparation for road construction. Estra's hill was thought to be an ordinary geological formation consisting of a layer of clay alternating with dense limestone. But magnetic surveys revealed distinct anomalies beneath the surface, resembling artificial structures. A series of drillings revealed that the hill concealed a network of perfectly circular chambers connected by thin canals. The first entrance was found on the northern slope of the hill, a narrow shaft leading 10 meters deep. Descending, the researchers found themselves in a circular chamber about 6 meters in diameter. The floor was perfectly flat, the walls slightly curved, and the ceiling formed a spherical vault. The surface of the walls resembled polished stone, but without any traces of workmanship. The light from the lanterns fell softly on them, as if the walls absorbed some of the brightness. The first thing that struck the researchers was its absolute symmetry. The chamber looked as if it had been created using a single mathematical algorithm. But the chamber was only part of the system. A thin cylindrical channel led to the next room, another perfect circle, and then another. All the circles connected in a chain, forming a gigantic diagram of spherical chambers beneath Estra's hill. Some were precisely level, others were shifted up or down, creating a three-dimensional structure reminiscent of the cells of a giant mechanism. The acoustics of these circles is one of the complex's greatest marvels. Speaking in the center of any chamber causes the sound to reverberate around the circle, returning to the speaker as a soft, vibrating echo. If a few words are spoken, subsequent echoes acquire a rhythm, as if the rooms possess their own acoustic memory. Furthermore, each chamber has a unique tone. Some reflect sound high, others low. Some rooms create a polyphonic effect, as if a choir were singing within the room. A peculiar phenomenon was discovered when the researchers began emitting sounds of a certain frequency. In some chambers, the walls began to vibrate slightly, creating a quiet hum. This is similar to the resonance of a musical instrument, but it cannot be explained by natural causes. Only rare materials can respond so effectively to sound. However, analysis revealed that the walls were composed of ordinary limestone, although their structure had an abnormally high density. The interaction of light with the surface of the walls was particularly intriguing. During long exposures, cameras recorded a faint internal glow, as if the stone were storing and slowly releasing light. This glow was only apparent in complete darkness and never appeared in natural light. It's possible the walls contain crystalline inclusions capable of absorbing light. However, mineralogical analysis revealed only ordinary calcite. The chambers are connected by narrow tunnels, but even these are striking in their precision. Their diameter is uniform throughout the passages, and the surface is smooth, as if the cylindrical shape had been chiseled rather than carved. Instruments detect slight air movement in the tunnels, although there are no visible openings to the outside. Some hypotheses suggest the presence of a hidden ventilation system or underground channels, but no direct shafts to the surface have been discovered. The deepest level of the complex contains the largest chambers, approximately 10 meters in diameter. They differ from the others in that their spherical vaults are marked with narrow grooves that form a grid resembling the lines of a force field. These grooves subtly reflect light, creating a corona effect around the upper portion of the chamber. During acoustic testing, these chambers produce the most complex response, consisting of dozens of superimposed echoes and tones. While attempting to visualize the sound waves, researchers discovered something unusual. The echo patterns inside the chambers formed persistent patterns resembling geometric mandalas. These patterns repeated at identical frequencies and disappeared as soon as the sound faded. Some believe the circles beneath Estra's Hill were used as an ancient form of acoustic meditation or learning, where sound and form were linked. However, the most puzzling discovery was made by accident. One of the researchers noticed that in some chambers, the floors had a slight slope, just a few centimeters. These slopes do not appear to be random. They always point toward the center of the complex. This suggests the existence of a central element, possibly a main chamber, that has remained undiscovered. An attempt to scan the hill's deep layers revealed a region of increased density, surrounded by ring-shaped voids. Some scientists believe this is the system's core, hidden deep underground. It may influence the entire complex by distributing sound, air movement, and energy. But reaching it is currently impossible. The phenomenon of time within the circles remains no less mysterious. Several researchers have reported a sensation of time slowing down during prolonged stays in the chambers. Minutes seem longer, breathing becomes deeper, and sounds become softer. Some have described a meditative-like state. Psychologists attribute this to the effects of low-frequency vibrations. But devices do indeed record weak, steady vibrations within the complex, barely noticeable, but constant. Local legends claimed that beneath Estra Hill were listening circles, where ancient masters learned to hear the earth and sky. Perhaps the circles were part of a ritual path associated with perception and concentration. But it's also possible that this complex was an ancient laboratory where the properties of sound, form, and space were explored. The system of circles beneath Estra Hill remains one of the most enigmatic structures of antiquity. Symmetry, acoustic anomalies, strange lighting effects, and a complex three-dimensional structure all point to a high level of knowledge unavailable to most cultures of the time. The complex resembles a mechanism operating without moving parts. It thrives on form, material, and space. And the deeper researchers delve into its mystery, the more obvious it becomes. The circles beneath Estra Hill were created to hear, or to be heard. Darby's rock panels. The Darby's rock panels were discovered on the northern ridge of the plateau, where reddish rocks form nearly vertical walls that soar upward. This area was long considered geologically monotonous, until a group of researchers noticed a strange sheen on one of the vertical surfaces. Upon closer inspection, they discovered not natural cracks, but smooth, even panels, as if set into the rock. Thus began the study of one of the most enigmatic objects, where the natural and artificial intertwine to create a pattern that cannot be explained by traditional methods. The panels are located at heights ranging from 1 to 10 meters above the plateau. Each is a flat surface of irregular but clearly defined shape. Some resemble elongated polygons, others trapezoids, and even perfectly symmetrical rectangles. The edges of the panels are separated from the main rock by a narrow seam, so smooth that it appears as if a fine blade has been passed between the panel and the rock. Analysis revealed no traces of a tool. The stone at the boundary appears not cut, but separated, as if the two masses had once parted. The surface of the panels is smooth, almost mirror-like, but not shiny. Upon closer inspection, fine parallel lines, micro-incisions, are visible, running at various angles. These lines create an optical effect of light scattering, causing the panels to change hue depending on the observer's position and the light source. In the morning, they appear golden, during the day, almost white, and at sunset, they turn blood red. This effect is possibly due to the light absorption properties of the stone's microstructure. But the most astonishing thing is that the panels emit sound. When lightly touched with the palm of your hand, you hear a faint metallic ringing sound, barely perceptible, as if the panel is hollow or taut like a string. However, seismic analysis shows that the panels are monolithic. There are no voids, no layers, no internal chambers. So how can their acoustic response be explained? Researchers discovered that each panel has its own resonant frequency. When a metal rod is passed across the surface, the sound changes. A melody emerges, as if the panels were forming a giant instrument. Some frequencies trigger reciprocal vibrations in adjacent panels, while others do not. This indicates that the panels are interconnected by a complex system of acoustic interactions. Another mystery is thermal inertia. The panels heat up and cool down more slowly than the surrounding rock. In cold weather, they feel warmer, and in hot weather, colder. And although compositional analysis shows that the panels are composed of the same rock as the surrounding rock, their density is higher and their structure is layered, as if the rock had been altered by pressure or some other force. The arrangement of the panels forms a pattern. They are not random. Their order resembles an ancient map or diagram, where each position has meaning. Some panels are slightly tilted forward, others are set back. The distribution of tilt angles forms a pattern resembling waves radiating from an invisible center. When researchers constructed a 3D model of the complex, it became clear. The panels are arranged as if they reflect or collect something: light, sound, vibration. Acoustic tests revealed a phenomenon called reflected voice. When speaking in front of a particular panel, the voice returns not from it, but from another panel located above or below. Sometimes the reflection occurs at an angle that doesn't correspond to the surface's geometry. This violates the usual laws of sound reflection. It's possible that the panels act as multi-level diffusers, distributing sound in an unknown pattern. One of the researchers noticed that at certain sound frequencies, barely discernible streaks of light appear on the surface of the panels, as if the stone were glowing from within. These streaks move along microscopic incisions, enhancing the optical effect. Cameras record the glow, but it cannot be explained. It is not related to heat, electricity, or a chemical reaction. Some believe there is a crystalline structure within the panels that responds to vibrations. No less mysterious is the phenomenon of moving shadows. If you stand in front of the panel at sunset, you can see the shadow of your own shoulders, shifted to the side. Sometimes the shadow lengthens, sometimes shortens, even though the light source remains unchanged. Optics experts claim this is the result of micro-reflections from the surface of the panels. But why then does the effect only appear on some of them? It seems the panels have varying degrees of light diffusion, creating the illusion of movement. In the center of the complex is the main panel, the largest, standing approximately 5 meters tall. Its surface is divided into sectors by fine lines, forming a pattern reminiscent of the solar disk or a flowchart. Some lines radiate, while others run in concentric arcs. Close examination reveals that the lines are not cut into the stone, but rather ingrained, as if created during its formation. When this panel is struck, a low sound is produced, deep, rich, like the hum of a huge bell. The echo spreads along the entire wall, causing the other panels to vibrate. At this moment, you can feel the vibration in your feet as if the entire complex were working in sync. Some believe the panels may have been multimeter resonators used for rituals or to transmit sound signals over long distances. The most disturbing discovery comes from nighttime observations. Several researchers observed faint patterns appearing on some panels, resembling shadows, but moving in unnatural directions. Video recordings show the shadows actually changing shape, even though there is no light source. This may be due to the panel's internal structure, which reacts to fluctuations in temperature or pressure. However, the explanation remains purely hypothetical. There's also a phenomenon called silence. At certain points in front of the panels, sound disappears completely. Speaking or clapping doesn't produce a response from the walls. This resembles a zone where sound is absorbed. This may be due to the specific configuration of the panels, which create acoustic neutralization zones. Such effects can be observed in specialized sound-absorbing chambers. But here, they appeared to arise either by accident or, conversely, intentionally. It is hypothesized that the Darby's rock panels were part of an ancient energy wall, a structure acting as a giant transducer of sound, light, and vibration. It may have been used as an observatory, laboratory, or sanctuary. But there are even more daring theories: that the panels were part of a communication system transmitting signals over long distances, or even a defense system capable of altering acoustics and light to ward off enemies. But the full picture is still missing. The panels are silent, even when forced to vibrate. They respond only with echoes, vibrations, and flashes of light. It seems as if the entire wall is not just an architectural object, but an organism responding to external influences. The Darby's rock panels remain among the most enigmatic structures of antiquity. Their acoustic and optical properties, perfect geometry, and incomprehensible construction technology speak of a civilization that understood the nature of stone and light differently than we do. And the more researchers study the panels, the clearer it becomes. They weren't just part of a wall, they were the wall itself, whose purpose remains shrouded in the shadows of time. Jungar Underground Platform. The Jungar Underground Platform lies deep beneath a rocky plateau whose winds carry the scent of dust, rare grasses, and time frozen in the stillness of the landscape. For many years, the region's subterranean space was thought to be empty, save for a few narrow natural fissures. But when geophysical surveys noted sharp anomalies in the reflected signals, it became clear: a gigantic structure lurked beneath the surface. Excavations lasted 2 years before researchers were able to penetrate the interior. And what they discovered became one of the most impressive discoveries in the history of underground archaeology. The platform is located in a vast underground chamber, roughly rectangular in shape, approximately 100 meters long and 40 meters wide. The vault reaches a height of over 20 meters. However, the most astonishing feature is not the scale, but the geometric clarity of the space. The walls and ceiling are perfectly smooth, as if crafted by tools an order of magnitude more precise than any ancient device. Surface analysis reveals no traces of processing, yet the smoothness, symmetry, and precision reveal the complex's artificial origin. The platform itself is a monolithic block, slightly elevated above the floor. It is approximately 60 meters long and over 20 meters wide. The surface is perfectly smooth, but not mirror-like. The matte stone strangely absorbs light. If you illuminate the platform with a flashlight, the beam seems to fall inside, dissipating without reflecting. This creates the effect of a soft shadow that seems to follow you, moving with you. The platform's material is a special form of granite containing unusual mineral inclusions of a blue, almost metallic hue. These inclusions form fine threads that run through the entire platform, like capillaries. They create a pattern visible only from certain angles, resembling a network or a pattern of internal currents. But whether this is a coincidence or the result of processing remains unknown. One of the platform's most unusual properties is its acoustic behavior. In the center of the platform, sound disappears completely. Even footsteps become silent. But if you stand closer to the edge, the sound begins to return, taking on strange tones, deep, vibrating, as if the space absorbs some of the voice's energy and returns it transformed. Sometimes the sound splits. The same phrase is spoken by several voices, each with a different pitch. This phenomenon is called multiple response, and an explanation for the platform's effect on sound remains unexplained. A barely noticeable channel, a wide depression no more than a centimeter deep, runs along the platform's central axis. It extends along its entire length, seemingly dividing the block into two halves. Some researchers believe the channel served as a guide for the movement of water or other substances. However, there are no signs of erosion on the channel walls. Others suggest the channel is part of a mechanism that could have been activated by acoustic or vibrational forces. The most enigmatic element of the complex is the area beneath the platform. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed voids beneath it. However, easy access is impossible. The platform has no visible seams or cracks. However, instruments indicate that chambers of various shapes are hidden beneath the surface. Some are round, others elongated, and still others arranged in a grid. Their purpose remains a mystery. They may be resonator chambers linked to the platform's acoustics. But why they are hidden and how to access them remains unknown. The phenomenon of the Zungarian hum has attracted particular attention from researchers. At certain times of the day, primarily at the junction of night and morning, the platform begins to emit a low hum, barely audible to the human ear. The hum's frequency is stable, but its amplitude fluctuates. Some believe this is due to changes in temperature or air pressure within the chamber. However, the hum disappears when people are present and returns only when the space is empty. Infrasound measurements have shown that the hum's frequency matches the frequency of ground vibrations in the region, leading to the hypothesis that the platform may be an ancient instrument for observing geophysical processes. 14 niches, each about a meter deep, are located around the platform's perimeter. The walls of the niches are covered with a mesh of fine lines, forming complex patterns. In bright light, the patterns are almost invisible, but with dimmed illumination, the lines begin to glow faintly with a pale blue hue. This is neither phosphorescence nor bioluminescence. All indications are that the light is generated by the interaction of minerals with air vibrations. In some niches, this effect is more pronounced. Perhaps the niches served as nodal points, amplifying or redirecting vibrations. In the eastern part of the platform, researchers discovered a strange protrusion, a rounded stone module raised a few centimeters above the surface. Its properties are astonishing. If you place a metal object on it, it begins to vibrate. But not randomly. The vibration has a distinct rhythm. If you place two objects on the protrusion, they vibrate in resonance, even if they are separated by a distance. This effect cannot be explained solely by the properties of the stone. It's possible that a hidden mechanism is located beneath the module, but if so, it is perfectly integrated into the platform structure. An equally impressive phenomenon involves spatial perception in different areas of the platform. In some places, a person feels a slight pressure on their temples, while in others, they experience a sense of spatial expansion, as if the walls of the underground chamber are receding. Psychologists attribute this to the effects of infrasound. But there's another phenomenon. Some researchers have claimed to see faint outlines of light on the platform, resembling human figures. Cameras don't record these, but in the infrared spectrum, short-lived heat spots do appear, appearing and disappearing without apparent cause. At the southern end of the chamber is an area where the platform slopes slightly, almost imperceptibly to the eye. Standing in this area, the sound deepens, and any vibrations are felt more intensely. It seems to be the complex's center of gravity, the point through which the main energy lines pass. Some speculate that the platform was used for rituals that combined sound, light, and movement. But the most intriguing hypothesis concerns the complex's purpose. Some researchers believe the Djungar underground platform was an ancient measuring device designed to record Earth resonances. Niches and chambers beneath the platform could have amplified or filtered vibrations. The platform itself served as a surface reflecting changes in the Earth's crust. Others believe the complex was a ritual center where humans interacted with space and energy through vibrations. But there's a third, more daring theory, that the Djungar platform is part of an ancient technological system operating on principles we still don't know. It may have used vibrations and resonance to obtain information that we might today call geophysical, astronomical, or even biological. However, no hypothesis yet provides a complete answer. One thing is clear: the platform is not a random object. It was constructed with incredible precision and possesses properties that transcend our understanding. It responds to air, sound, light, and human presence. It seems that the Djungar platform is not just a structure, but a system that continues to function to this day, preserving its ancient secret. Thus concluded our journey through the hidden structures of the ancient world, spaces where stone remembers more than generations can decipher. Each of these secrets remains open, like an invitation to further exploration. What the depths conceal, what forces shape these vaults, corridors, and platforms, the answers still await their explorers. But one thing is clear: the ancient world spoke a language we are only just beginning to hear.